Good morning, everyone. It's my honor to introduce to you Governor Gavin Newsom, who will open our event today.
Right. Thanks, Christina. Thank you all so much for being here, and thank you for the privilege of this opportunity just to share a few words and express my gratitude, moreover, my appreciation for your willingness to be part of this journey together that hopefully will take us to a place of healing and deeper recognition and understanding, and to right the wrongs of a history that has been recorded errantly, erroneously, a history that really hasn't taken into account the true story and the impact in terms of policies and programs, sanctioned and otherwise, that really have led to atrocities that are almost unspeakable. You know, it's interesting. I have my kids. If you hear the background, I've my 4 kids here at home, homeschooled, doing their distance learning. The youngest just turned 4, the oldest just turned 11. And the only reason I say that is for obvious reasons. They quite literally are just going through the process we all went through as children in our public and private school system. And that's getting educated about Indigenous peoples and Native Americans here in California. And it is jaw-dropping what they don't know. And it's jaw-dropping, respectfully, what they're being taught and what is being perpetuated. Even with a state as open and progressive in terms of its mindset as ours, the curriculum that's being advanced is rather horrifying. And I say that as a parent that has to stop. My son came home, not making this up, a few weeks back, and had just learned about some nuances and details, and was regaling about an incident. And it was horrifying that here's my 7-year-old son completely hearing misrepresentation of facts that aren't in evidence, facts that quite literally made up by some historian or someone who decided to write or sanction the curriculum at school. And so I can't tell you how timely this is, personally, professionally, obviously, with my desire to right these wrongs and to finally tell the real story. You know, obviously for me, this is a journey that began a few years ago, and with many of you, it began more formally after I took that oath of office and was reflecting back on the history of the state and going back to the founding of the state in 1849, 1850, 51, and reading a lot of the original literature and original letters that were written, and learning a little bit more directly about our history, including the history that was perpetuated by Peter Burnett and advanced more formally as the first governor of the state of California, that called for that war of extermination, that advanced formally genocide, that was codified and sanctioned by the California legislature, that worked in concert, in coordination with the U.S. Army to distribute arms, to provide rewards for scalps, to use general fund money, state money, to support the massacre of Indigenous peoples in this state, and to do so openly, knowingly, so intentionally, was just extraordinary. To read those words in the official record, but to have never read those words when I grew up and was being educated in this state, to have been completely ignorant of those facts, to hear them tangentially, to hear them as whispers, but not necessarily to have the formal education that's just sitting there in black and white terms, front and center, from the founding of this great state. It's extraordinary, and it's nothing less than what it is: genocide, massacre, enslavement, physical removal of Indigenous populations, the intentionality, the language, so extraordinary. And it just was a reminder to me that we have a lot of work to do, and it led ultimately that apology. I felt compelled to apologize on behalf of this state as a current governor for those atrocities. And it's one thing for me to do that. It's one thing sort of intellectualize it, but for many of you that are part of this council, perhaps all of you are part of this council, and moreover for those that have suffered these indignities generationally, that's what led to this notion of truth and healing, ultimately truth, beginning that process where we can come to grips with that reality and we can begin to reconcile it. And that begins the part of healing. The trauma that's generational, that's real, and it's self-evident in the way that over decades, even contemporary terms, we've so often neglected or dismissed or denied our Native peoples a seat at the table, part and parcel, the deeper conversation about who we are as a state. And while we appreciate California's done a lot, sovereign to sovereign, government to government, and how we have done as well or more perhaps in many states in terms of our respect and engagement with tribal nations, we really haven't scratched the surface, I think, personally, in terms of what we should be doing. And that's what really you're tasked to do. And I'm just grateful you've been willing to do this. I was just reading about that incredible massacre. I think it was the Bloody Island massacre in Lake County. Someone had provided me. And as Chairwoman Harper, this is something very personal to you. Pomo Indians and 300 women, children that were massacred. Just one example of an incident that needs to be shared. It needs to be part of our collective wisdom in this state, and we all have a responsibility to learn more and to do more with what we're learning. And so I really, you're all being tasked to advance that effort, to lead in a conversation anew, to educate all of us, to make sure we correct the record, and to make sure, I was talking to Assemblyman Ramos, been just incredible on all these issues, and time to change the curriculum, time to move past the Disneyfication of our history with our indigenous peoples and our Native Americans. It's time to come to grips with the reality and our own complicity. And I just, again, forgive me for being, I don't have formal remarks here. I know I'm not sounding particularly eloquent, but it's painful when you realize how ignorant so many of us have been to the realities. And so again, let me just express my deepest regret and apology for allowing that to persist as long as it has. But we have agency. We can shape now the conversation anew. We are no longer bystanders in this. And so that's what this is all about. It's what you're all about. And I'm really looking forward between now and the end of 2024, where we can start to get back on our feet, the right track, own up to our past, reconcile our present, and set a course, a more bright course into the future, and do justice not only to the sins of the past, but to generations that are owed the respect and dignity of the work that all of you are about to advance. So again, forgive my long-windedness, but Ambassador Harper, it's great to see you. Keith, thank you as well for being here, all of you, for your participation in this really important effort. Thank you, Christina.
Thank you, Governor, and thank you for your words. We'll now go into a roll call very quick so that we can formally introduce the panel to any of you who weren't with us yesterday, but also so that we can establish quorum for this meeting. So I will go in order of each region, and I'll go in alphabetical order. Chairman Khan from Central.
Present.
Kusla Kessler Mata.
Present.
Chairman Mark.
Was that me? There was a glitch.
Yes.
Present, and thanks for your word, Governor. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
From Eastern Region, Anthony Burris.
Present.
Neil Perrone. Oh, Chairman Perrone, I apologize.
Present.
Chief Sisk. Chief Sisk has not joined us yet. Oh,
Yeah, I'm here.
wonderful. Chairman Roberts. Chairman Roberts has not joined us yet. From the Northern Region, Chairman Bajorquez.
Present.
Councilmember Harper.
Present.
Vice Chairman Frankie Myers,
Dito.
and Councilmember Joseph Giovanetti.
Here.
From the Southern Region, Chairwoman Angela Elliott Santos.
Present, and thank you for those beautiful words, Governor.
Thank you.
Vice Chairwoman Turner. She's not joined us yet. And then Robert Phelps.
Present.
Wonderful. We'll now go into an invocation by Chairman Maccaro. Oh, thank you, Chairman Maccaro. That was a wonderful way to frame this meeting, and we appreciate it. It's now my honor and pleasure to introduce Ambassador Keith Harper, a member of the Cherokee Nation and the former U.S. Ambassador to the Human Rights Council in Geneva, to provide introductory remarks for today's meeting. Ambassador Harper.
Thank you, Christina. And first, let me say to the governor, to you, Christina, to Anna, and the others on your team, I appreciate the invitation to have provide some opening remarks here. And let me start by commending Governor Newsom. These things, any governor could have done this, but they didn't. This is a long time coming due to have this kind of a conversation. The apology was an important start. But what comes after the apology is more important, because this is the reckoning. This is the truth telling. This is the process that is going to build to reconciliation. Let me also say to the members of this council that, look, you have a lot of work ahead. These are not easy processes. I commend you as well for taking all the effort that you're taking to make sure that we get it right. And in so many other ways, I'm a native born Californian, so I'm always proud of the fact when California leads, even though I've been in the East Coast for more than 20 years. But like in so many other areas, California often leads by example and the nation follows. And that's what you're doing here today, is you're starting this process, a really vitally important process that will lead the nation. And these processes are challenging, so I wish you Godspeed in your future endeavors in having this conversation and leading this conversation, because it will have to engage people from all over the state. We are here today with broad recognition of the ugliness of the past, the devastation of colonization, and the violence, dispossession, and displacement of Native nations throughout the Americas, and more specifically, with an understanding of the particular viciousness in which our Native brothers and sisters faced in what is now the state of California. There can be no doubt that early history of the establishment of the state of California is one of the darkest chapters of this tragic history. While the years of Spanish and Mexican occupation were, of course, also markedly awful, with widespread death due to massacre, starvation, and disease, as well as forced relocation and forced labor, the early days of California's statehood were marked by outright genocidal acts. Indeed, as Governor Newsom eloquently spoke about, the first governor of California described it as, in quote, a war of extermination, end quote, whereby the state of California appropriated significant funds to wage campaigns to kill the indigenous peoples of this land. That fits the very definition of genocide. This effort was systematic as it was brutal. And while you, the members of this council, all know this history, and the people who are responsible for this did not hide it, somehow, in the slow winding road of history, the California genocide has been subject to collective deletion from the national memory. I commended the governor because he has recognized it is well past the time that California, this great state, and this great nation take full, unvarnished accounting of this history. Honesty in our history is essential prerequisite to bring healing. That we know from examples around the world, which I will discuss in a moment. But let us also recognize that past depravities echo today. They set the foundation for our present society. We know that California would look substantially different without the genocide, ethnic cleansing, and dispossession. When assessing policies today, when evaluating how to fully achieve proper respect for the rights of Indigenous peoples, the conceptual framework must be informed by this history. Take one example. The tribes in California have some of the smallest land bases of any Native nations. That is the result of this history. We must document the truth so we can inform what is equitable today. If there is broad recognition, as there should be, that bad acts led to the wholesale disposition of land, shouldn't that be, in a fair society, the central in determining the homelands, what homeland should look like, and expanding taking lands into trusts? Of course it should. But that begins with the truth. That begins with your work. We have to look how traditional food systems have were destroyed, and healthcare was inaccessible, leading to health disparities, in order to find paths forward to a healthier future. We need to understand the origins of dehumanization, jurisdictional gaps, and lack of access to services to fully address the crisis of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, a crisis that is national in the United States and frankly, worldwide. I submit that there is no serious modern issue that should not be impacted by ferreting out the truth about this history. During my tenure as ambassador to the UN Human Rights Council, it was often the case that in promoting human rights in a multilateral institution, we were required to address historic wrongs, whether in Myanmar or Sri Lanka, South Sudan or Burundi, Eritrea or Syria. More often than not, present-day atrocities were rooted in past abuses of one group to another. Past wrongs create legitimate grievances, and too often, if unaddressed, leads to recurrence or oppression. One thing became crystal clear to me: telling the truth and clarifying the facts is one of the most powerful forces to bring accountability, fight impunity, and create a more just and equitable world. That is why human rights and truth and healing mechanisms, performed correctly, are so vitally important. Reckoning with the truth of the past is the only way to end grievances and lay down the foundation for non-occurrence. One such mechanism, the Human Rights Council, is called the UPR, Universal Periodic Review. And it drove real change simply by investigating and reviewing the human rights records of each of the UN member states, making recommendations and having the countries respond to those recommendations. That is why I fought hard during my tenure to establish a commission on South Sudan to collect evidence and clarify responsibility for human rights abuses, because this truth is the only way that we will someday bring justice for victims. This is also true for the work of the Special Rapporteur of Indigenous Peoples and the expert mechanism on the rights of Indigenous peoples, platforms for Indigenous peoples to voice their unique experience without the filtering of the perspectives from centralized governments, the countries within which they live. The Human Rights Council's mechanisms and the multilateral approaches to transnational justice, but there have been country-based truth and healing mechanisms with impactful, if imperfect, outcomes. The South Africa Truth and Reconciliation Commission held 2,000 public hearings with testimony from 21,000 victims and 7,100 amnesty applications. It has not brought a perfect peace in South Africa, to be sure, but it has made it difficult to cling to denialism of the violence and oppression resulting from apartheid. It has profoundly corrected collective memory. After a decades-long civil war, the Guatemalan Commission for Historic Clarification served as the first commission to make a finding of genocide. This raised the profile of the conflict. placing the atrocities against Maya people at the center of the narrative. The Canadian Truth and Reconciliation Commission, created to redress the legacy of Indian residential school systems, hosted public events, gathered statements from survivors, and collected documents to create a historical record. This body concluded that the residential school system was a form of cultural genocide. It delivered 94 calls of action to address this legacy, responded to which the Canadian government tracks right now. This has resulted in increased funding to address healthcare disparities, providing cultural competency training for federal employees, and changed the law to recognize Native language rights. These mechanisms are all imperfect, but transitional justice bodies are not the final step in the process of health and reconciliation, but they are an essential one. They serve to establish a foundation, an architecture for a healthier, more rights-observing society. They are the bulwark for equity. Tribal nations around this country have called for the establishment of this type of council for many years. The reports of former Special Rapporteur for Indigenous Peoples, James Anaya, following his trip to the United States, noted that, quote, "It was impressed upon the Special Rapporteur that historical wrongs continue to live in intergenerational memory and trauma, and that together with current systemic problems, they still inflict harm across the United States." He heard specific unresolved problems of historical origins and systemic dimensions and Indigenous peoples made abundantly clear that these problems continue to breed disharmony, dislocation, and hardship, end quote. Just like other transitional justice mechanisms, this will not be a complete means to address the disharmony, dislocation, and hardship. But like each universal periodic review, each report of a UN Special Rapporteur or Commission of Inquiry, it will shed light on the abuses and bring facts to bear that lead to greater accountability. Like each of the truth and healing mechanisms before you, you will provide incontrovertible context that will change the discourse regarding California Native communities. The journey will require California to take a hard look at itself and its history, one that is long overdue, and hopefully this will compel the state to move closer to achieving the purposes of and the principles of the United Declaration rights of Indigenous peoples and creating a more equitable future. In closing, let me just say, I want to reiterate my commendation to the governor. You have taken an important and faithful step. And to this council, I wish you Godspeed in your journey in having this conversation that I believe will lead to fundamental change in our perspectives on Indigenous peoples in California and around the country. Thank you.
Thanks, Ambassador.
Thank you, Ambassador Harper. We appreciate and are honored by your presence and your words. Thank you, Governor, as well, for joining us this morning. We anticipate that you'll be here along the way and popping in every now and then to make sure that everything is going well and that you can help in any way that you can. And so thank you both. We're going to go into this morning's presentation if you need to exit, but really appreciate your words this morning.
Thank you. Thanks, Christina.
Thank you. So before we go into logistics, I'll introduce myself. My name is Christina Snider. I'm a member of the Dry Creek Rancheria Band of Pomo Indians, and I'm the tribal advisor for Governor Gavin Newsom. I am again joining you from the ancestral homelands of the Patwin peoples. And now I'll go into some of the logistics for today's meeting. First, we are recording and live streaming this meeting. If you're interested in subscribing to receive updates on the council, you can do so at the landing page at tribalaffairs.ca.gov/CTHC. You can also get our events by following us on Facebook at the Office of the Tribal Advisor page. Additional details, including agendas and background information, are available at tribalaffairs.ca.gov/CTHC, with helpful documents at the tab and meeting materials at that site as well. In Sources tab, you'll see a lot of the mechanisms that are going to be discussed in this morning's panel, including the Canada Truth and Reconciliation Commission documents and report, the Maine Wabanaki State Child Welfare Truth and Reconciliation Commission report and materials, but there are also materials from some of the mechanisms that Ambassador Harper just discussed in his comments as well. We've only posted the ones that are applicable to Indigenous populations and sort of a historical framework, but we did also put a link to where you can look at all of the Truth and Reconciliation commissions, regardless of whether they are applicable to Indigenous peoples. If you need technical assistance during the meeting, please contact the Office of the Tribal Advisor email at info.tribalaffairs@gov.ca.gov. Now you will hear from a number of experts and leaders in truth and reconciliation mechanisms, including Jody Archambault, the Special Assistant to the President for Native American Affairs for the White House Domestic Policy Council under former President Barack Obama. The Honorable Angela Riley, who served as co-chair for the United Nations Indigenous Peoples Partnership Policy Board. Chief Willie Littlechild, a former commissioner of the Canada Truth and Reconciliation Commission. And leaders from the Maine Wabanaki Truth and Reconciliation Commission, including Dr. Darren Ranko, Mr. Ann, and Denise Snider. What is so special about this morning's presenters is that they're all Native professionals engaged in the work of restorative justice for Native peoples. We will have the unique opportunity to hear how they have grappled with these issues, lessons they have learned along the way, and advice they have for this council as it embarks on the work of restoring nations across California. Before we begin this morning's presentation, I'd like to remind participants that our members, our presenters, and advisor are also members of the victim population in need of collective healing. So I ask that you engage with this council and each other with respect and with your whole heart in a healing mindset. Those are navigating systems that were not built for them to make change that was never contemplated. This in itself is takes an enormous amount of patience and emotional integrity, and we're all doing our best to make strides in these spaces. So thank you again for joining us, and we'll begin with this presentation, and I will hand it off to Jody.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you so much, Governor Newsom, Anna, and folks here who have joined us, all the tribal leaders. I'm in awe of all of the people who are gathered here today to talk about this very important time in the relationship within California. We had such wonderful remarks from Ambassador Harper outlining the different layers, the different dimensions of truth and reconciliation, both internationally, nationally, and now we're going to start delving into some of the subject matter experts of this issue. But I want to underscore what it means personally to me, because I did work on some of the requests for Native nations and Native American individuals who wanted more, I guess, they wanted more voice on the resolution that was signed in 2009 by President Obama in the appropriations bill. That was my experience. I was in the White House when those requests were coming in. Senator Brownback did a joint resolution in Congress and signed the appropriations bill with little to no fanfare, and that was a decision that was made internally at the White House to not do a ceremony, to sign the bill. And the biggest reason that I would say, just I wouldn't even say in confidence, I'd be happy to say this anywhere, was that they were words. And the words without the action or the plan are empty. And the way that this council is approaching the work that comes after the words is the most critical aspect of this kind of healing that needs to take place. If we're going to have what we would call catharsis between our peoples, it's going to take action. And the action isn't just about what Native Americans' responsibility is. It's about having leaders like Governor Newsom having the full leadership of the jurisdiction at the table, hearing and listening and being patient as we express, as tribal nations express what it meant, what it means, what it will mean in the future, because these kinds of acts of genocide don't just happen and have a beginning and an end. They reverberate until we can shape them into a new narrative that has a much more humanizing, a much more healing part of how it all works together. And I would say that for a long time, speaking for myself, I'm a member of the Standing Rock Sioux tribe, and the idea of being free, we always talk about freedom in the United States, but part of being free for us, it means this responsibility that we have to each other as human beings and also to the natural world. And I think that as we move through these conversations, we have to keep in the center of the conversations that deep relationship to each other, because at the end of the day, this is not going to stop these kinds of atrocities from happening globally, but it can set forth a path for not just the United States, but for everywhere to understand what it means to be in a deep and respectful relationship with the Indigenous peoples who live here today. So with that, I'm just going to say that it is more than the words that we're talking about. We're talking about putting into motion a process of, I always say, the verb of doing the healing, not just talking about it, not just saying the things that happened in the past, but how do we continue saying those things in a healing way so that we can all reach a level of great, thank you, a level of humanity, of a level of what a lot of Native people know about being a human being on Earth. Really, there is a lot that we have to teach the rest of the world, and especially in California, where you have so many different nations and different voices there. With that, I'm not gonna spend a lot of time talking, just saying thank you, and I'm humbled to be here. We're gonna hear from a more technical aspect of this work from the perspective of Angela Riley, who's a professor of law at the University of California, Los Angeles School of Law. She's going to speak more deeply about the different ways that policy can move the needle in terms of reconciliation and how that ties into the international instruments. And we'll be spending about 15 minutes with Angela, and then I'll be moderating this. So thank you. And I'll just turn it over to Angela.
Thank you so much, Jody. It's nice to see you. Good morning, everyone. I want to just first open by saying thank you to the governor for being here and for undertaking this important and very delicate and difficult process. We're incredibly grateful. I also want to thank, of course, the council members for devoting their time to this project, which I know is going to be very gratifying but very challenging. So your work is deeply appreciated. And I have to thank my former student and now colleague, tribal advisor Christina Snider, for inviting me and for representing UCLA Law School and doing such incredible work in this space. So thank you all. I want to start by just acknowledging the Indigenous peoples of the land where I am. I am currently on the unceded land of the Tongva peoples here in Los Angeles County. And where I've been working from for the past 9 months, like many of you. So it's nice to be able to gather with you in this way and hopefully gather more personally in the future. I am, just to give a word about myself, I'm a member of the Citizen Potawatomi Nation of Oklahoma. I was born and raised in Oklahoma at Saddle Mountain, and I've lived in California for the past couple of decades. And it's been, I think, just to build on the comments of both Ambassador Harper and Jody Archambault, as well as the governor, it was really a remarkable experience to me moving to California and realizing the enormous dearth of knowledge by people in this state about the history of colonization and genocide in the state of California. Oklahoma has its problems for sure, but you can't really grow up there and not at least understand the basic history of the state with regard to Indigenous peoples. And partially that's because so many of us, my own tribe included, were removed to the state of Oklahoma, which at the time was the Indian Territory. So that history is so deeply embedded in just the basic knowledge about the state. And I just found it so remarkable when I moved to California how little people here really know about what has happened in the state of California. So it's very gratifying to see that this work is now being undertaken. I'm going to try to keep my remarks relatively limited. I do have a short PowerPoint, and I believe James is going to help me pull that up. So James, can you go to the first slide for us? Are you all seeing that? I don't see it. Yes, you are seeing it? Okay, thank you. For some reason, sorry, Chairman?
Is it a slide or a picture? Is that what it
It's
is?
a slide, yeah.
Okay.
I'm not seeing it. Christina, are you seeing it?
I see it, the Indigenous peoples and the human rights culture.
No, it should be prior to that.
Okay, give me a second. Title screen's up.
Okay.
Thank you, James. Oh, there we go. Okay, I see it now. Thank you. Let me just, okay. I've been teaching on Zoom for the past 9 months. There's a constant challenge to doing this, but all right, thank you. I'll just let you know when I need you to progress through the slides. In fact, we can go ahead and go to the next one if you don't mind. So what I want to talk about today, I'm going to just give kind of brief overview remarks about Indigenous peoples and the international human rights system. I'm going to try not to go too much into the weeds, but what I really want to focus on here is speaking a little bit about the passage of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples by the UN General Assembly, the subsequent adoption by the United States, changing its former position, and then talk about how this is creating opportunities for implementation at the tribal, national, and international levels, and how we're seeing some of that work move forward. As many of you know, the implementation of the declaration is intricately tied to the process of decolonization and to the process of healing and restorative justice and truth and reconciliation. So I'm going to try to weave those things together in the few minutes that I have with you here today. This is a slide. This first slide is a photo that many of you may have seen before. This is a picture of the Haudenosaunee peoples nations in the 1970s, where they, not the earliest time that Indigenous peoples have engaged at the international stage, but one of the really key moments where Native people from the US and from around the world began to demand decolonization and a greater recognition of the rights of Indigenous peoples at the international level. This is apparently and obviously a pushback against the colonial state, many of which, including the 4 settler nations, the United States, New Zealand, Australia, and Canada, built very much on a similar colonial model that required essentially erasing Indigenous peoples, in some cases metaphysically or metaphorically, and in some cases literally, as happened in the state of California, in order to make room for theories of racial superiority and white settlement and civilization, Christianity, and development across the settler nations and across the globe. And we're still seeing this happen around the world today. This process has not ended, as Jody mentioned, and as others, scholars in the field have noted. This process of colonization in a settler nation is not an event. It is a whole system that's put into place and that perpetuates unless it is disestablished and broken down. And that's part of what this process of restorative justice and reconciliation is meant to do. So when I say Indigenous peoples and the human rights culture, what I mean there is a move over time from a vision of Indigenous peoples as subjects or as objects of international human rights law and more as subjects. And we saw this in the draft Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and the decades of input from Indigenous peoples themselves who had a seat at the table and who insisted that the Declaration reflect their own beliefs, worldviews, lifeways, protected their rights in a capacious way, both in terms of individual rights and group rights, collective rights, rights to land, rights to live sustainably on the planet, rights to religious freedom, and so forth. The Declaration is quite broad and deep. If you've read the Declaration, you will see that, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about some of its specific provisions in a moment. James, next slide, please. Just to give a little bit of background to start off, of course, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples is not the only instrument at the international level. There are antecedents, including these that I have mentioned here on the slide, which really go towards showing this evolution of Indigenous rights throughout international law. Many of these had and have some important protections for Indigenous peoples' rights, but none of them have gone as far as the Declaration themselves in terms of really embodying a full panoply of rights for individual and collective Indigenous peoples' rights, and haven't really had the same degree of impact or same degree of input from Indigenous groups as the Declaration does. So I want to turn now, next slide, please, James, to the talk a little bit about what we've actually been seeing in terms of the theory and the philosophy and the activism around decolonization and Indigenous peoples' rights in the US, in the settler nations, and around the world. What I have here on the slide, and I have to give a moment of recognition to my co-author and dear friend, the North American member of the Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Professor Kristen Carpenter. Much of this work that I talk about today, including the jurisgenerative moment, is built on work that she and I have done together as we've been working together and writing together over the past 2 decades. But what we mean by the jurisgenerative moment, this is a borrowed term from the work of Robert Cover, not to get too academic, but it's the idea of law generating, that there are communities and peoples from which law springs, that the way people live in the world is their own law, and they live their law by living their culture and living their way of life. And Indigenous peoples and Indigenous communities are an example of this. Indigenous peoples are law creating and law generating. The way that people engage with the planet, with kin relations, with clan, with government, with the creator, with that which is sacred and that which is mundane, all of it is connected in a way that is in and of itself the law by which people live. And this law generating philosophy is what is one thing that makes Indigenous peoples distinct from other groups around the world, although it's not exclusive to Indigenous peoples. But part of what this jurisgenerative moment has created, seen over time, is an increased press for the decolonization of law, not just at the international level and the national level, but also at the tribal level. And I think as many of us who are elected officials within our tribal governments, as I am, I serve as the Chief Justice of my tribe's Supreme Court, we have seen over time how our own tribal laws, through the process of colonization, have in some cases begun to incorporate and in some places even embody colonization itself. So part of decolonization and healing is to decolonize ourselves, decolonize our own tribal law, see that manifested at the national level and the international level. And what we actually see happening, and I'll talk more about this in a moment, but what we actually see happening is what my co-author and I have referred to as multiple side engagement, drawing on the work of Judith Resnick. But this idea that these philosophies and theories and ways of living in the world and the decolonization process is actually influencing out and influencing back in a way that is reifying and also changing and adapting law at all different levels. And I'll give you specific examples of what I mean by that in a moment. We are seeing more and more of a press for the implementation on the declaration around decolonization, but also reparations, restorative justice, and truth and reconciliation. And I know some of my other panelists are going to speak to this more directly about what's happening in their own home countries. So I will defer to them to talk more concretely about that. But I just want to set that up as the framework. Next slide, please, James. So the UN Declaration, I just want to take a moment to speak a little bit about it. I know that we have a wide general audience out there, and some of you probably are very familiar with this history, and some of you may be less familiar. So let me just mention that, as building on my earlier comments, the Declaration was in draft form for more than 2 decades, but it passed the UN General Assembly in 2007. And when it did, the vote was 143 nations in the world voted in favor of the Declaration, and 4 nations voted against it. Those 4 nations were Australia, Canada, New Zealand, and the United States. Not surprisingly, 4 nations that have a settler colonial history, that have a similar legal and historical framing, and that, in their view, had a lot to lose by virtue of Indigenous peoples being recognized and their rights of self-determination and sovereignty and equality being truly acknowledged. But one by one, the political landscape of those countries began to change, and one by one, those countries changed their position and asserted support for the Declaration, including the United States, with President Barack Obama in 2010 becoming the last country in the world to do so. But given this, we really did see a pivot and a change in a way of thinking about the possibilities of rights for Indigenous peoples under the Declaration, and how this could begin to press back against the colonial framework that for so long, as we all know, has justified not only the taking of land dispossession, oppression of religion, taking of Indian children, but also actual genocide, which is one of the really terrible and devastating historical facts that bring us here today in conversation. I do want to just draw your attention to the MRIP, the Expert Mechanism on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, policy document that they put out in September of 2019, which is a focus on recognition, reparations, and reconciliation. And there's a link to that there on this slide if you're interested in that. And what the document does in that in that policy brief is to really try to connect up what it means to build on the Declaration, implement the principles of the Declaration in an effort to move toward reconciliation and restorative justice. Next slide, please. So with this, my last substantive slide, and as I said, I don't want to take up too much time because I want others to have time to speak. I do want to just say a couple of words about how this multiple site engagement works. So one of the things that we have been seeing for those of us who are working in this field is enormous opportunity and enormous change that's been happening with regard to Indigenous rights at all levels. So just to give you one of the most kind of basic examples, the Muskogee Creek Nation in Oklahoma really led the way in many ways by taking the UN Declaration and examining themselves, and through a group of traditional leaders, language speakers, and elected officials, translated the Declaration into the Muskogee Creek language so that it could be given life within that tribal community in a way that was accessible to tribal members, but that also really reflected true Muskogee Creek ways of being. They also then passed a resolution to, as a tribe, express their support for the Declaration and for its implementation. And this is just one example of how we're seeing this multiple site engagement of international law and tribal law convening in some important ways. At UCLA, our Tribal Legal Development Clinic is currently working in conjunction with the Native American Rights Fund and John Echo Hawk, as well as Walter Echo Hawk, and the University of Colorado Law School, to try to create a toolkit that gives a guide for tribes in terms of how tribes themselves can implement the Declaration. And this is all, in our view, a process of multiple site engagement, of supporting the Declaration and its principles at the tribal level, which is a true exercise of self-determination and sovereignty, and to also really decolonize our own tribal law and our own tribal legal systems to better reflect our own Indigenous values. These in turn, we hope, can ultimately move the needle with regard to implementation of the declaration at the national level, both within the United States and around the world. And we have seen the UN declaration be implemented at the national level in other countries, and it is starting to have an impact in the United States, though it has been slower here, not surprisingly, than it has been in other places in the world. So what you see here is a feedback loop from tribal, national, and international that, again, we really hope with things like this council reflect a strong commitment to the integration of tribal communities in the process of reconciliation and healing, as the Governor's Council has really established, I think, by just seeing the people that are on this panel and on this council right now, and in conversation with leaders at the state level and leaders eventually, hopefully, at the national level. We'll see when the new administration comes into place, and then, of course, at the international level. So just to give one other example of this, one of the most remarkable examples is the integration of tribal law in the land demarcation and settlement of land title by the Awastingi people in Nicaragua. That actually happened within the context of the Inter-American system, not within the United Nations. But there, because of the land challenges of the Awastingi people, they argued that their land rights had to be recognized at the national level in Nicaragua, based in part on a regional human rights framework, the Inter-American Commission and Council and Court, integrating tribal law, that of the customary law of the Awastingi people themselves. And ultimately, it was agreed that tribal law itself was a legitimate basis for establishing the property rights of the Awastingi. And now the next challenge is to see Nicaragua really implement this and go forth with the land demarcation in the state, which is not without its challenges, of course. But there again, you see the interplay in the multiple side engagement, and that's what we're hoping that we can see with the truth and reconciliation process that we're undertaking. I just want to close with this slide. I always like to end by telling people where I am from. This is a photograph of the 160 acres I was raised on in southern Oklahoma. This is down this red dirt road. If you're looking down the road, you're looking to the north. You're looking at the Green Valley Cemetery, which is my family's cemetery plot, which is where most of my family is buried. To the east is our 160-acre homestead where my mother was born and raised, and where me and my sister were raised, and my family still lives. To the south of me is Saddle Mountain and the Kiowa-Comanche County line, just behind me, where many of the treaties, in fact, that ended up at litigation in Lone Wolf and other cases in the U.S. Supreme Court were negotiated. And to the west of me is Longhorn Mountain and Rainy Mountain, which are the sites sacred to the Kiowa people, which is where I was raised in Kiowa County, Oklahoma. So Jaginaginan just means all my relations. We are all related. If this pandemic and climate change and this moment in our lives has taught us anything, it's a lesson that is very much based in Indigenous worldviews, which is that everything is related. We are all related. What we do to the planet, we do to ourselves. What we do to each other, we do to ourselves. So this process of healing and restoration is about bringing all of our relations, humans and otherwise, together. So Chimigwech, thank you all very much for having me speak, and I look forward to hearing the other panelists. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Professor Riley. That was very informative, and I'm sure that a lot of folks here have been participating in the entire saga of the United States vote no in the Bush administration, and then the Obama administration did accept the, how was it worded? Accept, or they supported the declaration with some reservations. And of course, the with some reservations has a lot of criticism, and it has everything to do with how federal Indian law plays out, and basically the plenary power of Congress, which is something that I think we still can work on, and it warrants a lot of attention and conversation. and change, consent. So the next speaker, I'm sure I've met Chief Littlechild a few times, and he's a dear friend of some close friends of mine here in North Dakota. He's been working on truth and reconciliation in Canada, but not only that, he's been just a huge presence. He's been a giant in the UN arena on many fronts, not just on the Indigenous rights issues, but also on the environmental issues. I want to turn it over to Chief Wilton Littlechild, Commissioner of the Canada Truth and Reconciliation Commission, to give us some insight about his work internationally and in Canada.
Give me a second. There is a dial-in user. It looks like that might be them. Chief Littlechild, is that you?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, and good morning to everyone. Nigan Gakyo Katamskadnao. Mia Sinoma. Episquatamik Mioyawin. Mahigan Mote on Sigas on Masquatsi Sikote. Egua Usaugeho. Exe Naska Munsta Hexe Manto. Ehinamago Yakum, the big squack. I just bring you greetings in my language, Cree, to acknowledge Creator and offer thanksgiving for this very wonderful opportunity that we have to share some experiences together. I want to, first of all, introduce myself as well. I did in my Cree way say my name is Mayikan Mohteo, which means walking wolf, and my chief's name is Usaukeheo, which is golden eagle. I want to also touch on the four matters very quickly to give you an overview of what happened in the Canadian Truth and Reconciliation Commission, a process that we used, and some of the outcomes and the lessons learned. But before I do, I want to look at your theme, which I think is very, very important for the theme, because that was one of my first lessons. Your theme focuses on truth and healing. And we know that everyone has a right to know the truth. When we were assigned the work that we had to do in Canada, Kaganata, we say in our language, it was very unique. It's unique in that it's the first truth commission in the world to be court-ordered. We have a court-ordered mandate. Most of the, or all of the other truth commissions have been established by governments. So the court mandate asked us to look at the Indian residential school history and give that history lesson to Canada, because it was the most unknown, saddest, and darkest chapter in Canadian history, the Indian residential school era. So I start with that, and also want to add my voice to the thanks that have been given to all of the previous speakers, and I'm glad to see an old friend. I won't say old in a sense of age, but His Excellency Ambassador Harper, as we had times together to be able to work together. So our commission was unique. It looked at, for the first time, children. What happens to children when you take them away from their parents at such a young age? What happens to the parents from whom you take those children? And what happens to the community when you do that to the community under the guise of education. So when I was asked whether I would like to take this role on or job, I was having fun. I'm Cree. I spent 11 years in 2 different boarding schools and 3 years in another boarding school. So 14 years of my life have been in residential schools. So I talk to you from a direct personal experience. I was having fun playing hockey. I played in 11 world championships in 9 different countries in ice hockey. I played baseball in 3 different countries and have 2 world championships in swimming. So as an athlete, I've been inducted into 8 sports halls of fame, and including the Canadian Sports Hall of Fame or Canada Sports Hall of Fame. But I tell you all of that just to say that that background of international sport gave me a good introduction to studying law. It was because of sports injuries that I ended up in law school. But I did not want to study international law. I thought, why would I study international law? I'll never be able to use it. Little did I know that a month later, and this is in 1977, I got a call to consider chairing a meeting in Sweden of the 2nd World Conference of Indigenous Peoples, and specifically to talk about the ILO Convention 107. And they said, well, we'll give you a week to consider it, and we'll call you back. And when they did, I said, yes, I'd love to go to Sweden. I've never been to Sweden. I played against Sweden in hockey, but I'd never been there. So I don't know about this chairman thing, but what is ILO Convention 107? And they said, oh, don't worry about it. We'll fax it to you. And for some of you older people will know what a fax is, but the younger people will probably not know what a fax machine was back then. In any event, I studied 107. I chaired that meeting in Kiruna, Sweden. It was hosted by the Sami peoples in Sápmi. And after the meeting, the delegation said to me, well, now that you've chaired this meeting, we want you to take it to Geneva and get it amended, because it was very assimilationist in approach. But at the time, it was the only existing internationally legally binding instrument for indigenous peoples. It was adopted in 1957. So off I went to Geneva, meeting with the Director General to ask if we could amend ILO Convention 107. And he said that you have to be either a government, an employer, or an employee to be able to attend the meeting. So luckily we had an employee company, association, lend us 2 seats to be able to attend the meeting of the ILO convention. And we did after the 2-year process, because they have a strict 2-year limitation on amending the conventions under the ILO. We were successful in getting it adopted to now what is called ILO Convention 169. And I'll come back to that because these are all related, including what was just discussed about the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. But when you go to the topic again, truth and healing, one of the first lessons I learned with our court-ordered mandate was not only to find out what happened in the schools, the truth of what happened in the schools, and then design a path to reconciliation. I found that it was a huge, huge leap because it's actually a spectrum. As I said, everyone has a right to know the truth. So that part was okay. But when we found out the truth of what happened to children in the residential schools and all the different forms of abuse, the physical, the mental, psychological, cultural, spiritual, and worst of all, sexual abuse that happened to children, we found that there was a need for an apology for all this harm that was done to children. And the Prime Minister of the day agreed that he would issue an apology. And that was very, very important because we had 7 national events in the time of the 5-year mandate that we had to go across the country, listening to former students of residential schools or boarding schools, as you call them. I noted that the backdrop to the original idea of residential schools was actually an assignment by the Prime Minister of the day back in the 1800s. He sent 2 people out, one to France and to study how they deal with young people, delinquents. And the story came back that the report and recommendation was you have to punish them. Then the second person, who was a failed candidate in an election, was sent to Carlisle Indian School. And he came back to Canada to report to the Prime Minister that you had to separate the children from their parents. So that's where the original Canadian Truth Commission comes from. The apology was granted, and the next step, which has not really been fully realized yet, is that when someone apologizes, you have to have an opportunity to forgive. And then you will begin to feel a sense of healing. And when you have that sense of healing, you begin to feel a little bit of justice. And once you've gone through that spectrum of truth, apology, forgiveness, healing, justice, then you can talk about reconciliation. But the outcome, of course, is the healing aspect. And I'm glad you're really focusing on that, and I will come back to that aspect. So we found in our hearings, we heard from 7,000, a little bit more than 7,000 former students that went to these residential schools that were still alive. Fortunately, there were, at the time when we started, 60,000 former residential school survivors that were still alive. And the 7 sacred teachings that we were asked to consider came from elders who had been to residential schools before. Now I'm talking about the process. And they said to us, don't allow anyone to come before you to ask them to tell you about what happened to them as children, because it's very dangerous unless it's a safe setting. So make sure you have health support. Make sure you have emotional or mental health support. Make sure you have cultural support, spiritual support, around that individual, and then you can ask him to tell you about what happened, because many of them told us, I've been trying to hide this story for 50, 60 years. Even my children don't know what happened to me, what kind of abuse I suffered, and me included in that. I included myself in that because I didn't want to do this work, and now I find out later that the reason I didn't want to do it was because I was going to be being told my own story right in front of me all these 6 years across the journey in Canada. So all the abuses that you know well about yourself, is the damage and the harm that was done. So when the apology was granted, the Prime Minister admitted that the policy purpose of doing this was to kill the Indian in the child. To kill the Indian in the child. That's why you had to separate them from their parents. And when they spoke their language, you punished them. If they have any cultural manifestation in terms of braids, for example, long hair, or traditional clothing, you remove them. You take their name away from them. I told you my name was Mahikant Mohteo. My English name became Willie Littlechild, but my residential school name was number 65. So your name was taken from you. So what happens to a child when you do that to them? Well, we see that unraveling in our streets, in our cities, in our towns, all across both countries, Canada and the United States, every day with our relatives out on the streets. That's the impact of the residential school legacy, and that's what we have to heal from. So we went, and I'm glad the South African Truth Commission was mentioned, I believe, by Ambassador Harper, because I met with two of the commissioners from the South African Commission, and they said to me, we wish we had done it your way. And I said, what do you mean? You're the world famous Truth Commission, you've got Nelson Mandela, and you've got all this history behind you. And they said, no, what you did was the right way. You did yours in a culturally relevant way. You had elders advise you. You had elders offer that spiritual advice, the mental health advice to the former students, and the medical assistance as well from medical experts. So then we went across the country listening to what happened. And we heard about parents going to jail trying to protect their children because this was a legislated form of assimilation in Canada. So that's the last in the four uniqueness parts of it. It was legislated, yet it was court-ordered with a specific mandate to find out the truth of what happened in residential schools. So now that we know the truth, what do we do with it? So we asked ourselves, what did we learn? What were the common threads across these 5 years that we learned from the stories that we heard? And the courts came back and said, we need to extend your term for another year because we need you to tell a full report of the truth. So we spent a year and we broke it down into themes of what we heard. And of course, the first theme was child apprehension. that was going on, children being removed from their parents to be put into these boarding schools. When I was taken away at 6 years of age, by the way, the law was 7. I was taken at 6. I only knew my language because I was raised by my grandparents. My grandfather couldn't speak English, couldn't read English, or couldn't write English. So I grew up with the foundation of Cree. So going to residential school at 6 years of age was a tremendous shock because I didn't understand what was being said around me, which was English. I had to learn the language, and I cheated on my fellow students because I would get up 4:30 in the morning, hide under my bed with a flashlight and study. And then I would pretend I was just getting up at 7 when the bell rang. Every Friday night, we had a movie for the students. And as soon as the lights were turned off, I snuck out and I went to the rink and I skated and skated and skated by myself just to run away from the abuse that I was suffering, the physical and sexual and mental abuse that I went through myself. So what were the lessons that we learned? What were the common threads that we learned? And it was interesting that from the 7,000 stories, the first principle they said was, we must use the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples as the framework for reconciliation. And by the way, what does reconciliation mean? We asked people that. And I remember one old man said to me, just give me half of my language back because it was beaten out of me. And then I'll feel reconciled. He said, no, just give me a quarter of my language back and I'll be happy. And then another former classmate of mine told me, you know, Willie, I've been working on reconciliation for 20 years now. And I said, holy smokes, Raymond, way to go. Geez, I couldn't imagine what did you learn from it? He said, well, first of all, what I learned was I was looking outwards instead of inwards. I was looking at reconciliation from what other people needed to do. But today I found out that reconciliation begins with me. I have to reconcile with myself. So when we went to have the national hearings, the first one was about truth, and 40,000 people came to the national event over 3 days. But we noticed something that maybe 75% of them were Indigenous people. So we were actually talking about this story among ourselves. And that didn't work because the second part of the court order was to hold national events so Canada can know this story. So we started using the themes of our 7 sacred teachings. Truth was the first theme. And then we looked at courage. We went up north, Northwest Territories, Yukon, Nunavut, where it takes a lot of courage just to survive from the climate, the cold. But we also found out that it was the most isolated places where the residential schools existed. So the pedophiles had a free game, I'll say. It's not the right word, but they could abuse the children at will because it was so isolated. So then we came to love as a theme, a sacred teaching. And I thought, this won't work. Because we heard so many times that I don't know what love is. I was taken from my parents, so the bond of love between parent and child has been severed. So I don't know what love is. I can't say to my spouse, I love you, until this one brave woman got up and said, you know what? I'm beginning to heal. And one of the first things I did was I looked in the mirror at myself and I told myself, I love you. I couldn't do that to my children. I couldn't do it to my partner. I couldn't do it to my grandchildren. I couldn't tell them I loved them because I didn't know what it was. But now that I'm beginning to heal, I'm beginning to understand what love is and the power of love and the power of forgiveness. So we went on to these 7 national events, and the last event was quite telling because about 90% of the audience was non-Indigenous people. So we went from talking to ourselves to being able to talk to Canada. And in that audience, over 9,000 people, 85 to 90% being non-Indigenous. We found that from the poll that was done at the beginning, when only 5% of Canada knew what Indian residential schools were. I don't think they really knew what they were. They might have known the name, but they didn't know what happened in the schools. So when we came to the 7th event, they did another poll, and the awareness level came up to 59% of Canada began to know the truth of what happened in residential schools, because the audience was very significantly non-Indigenous, and they had a lot of questions.
I'm really
So-
sorry. I'm sorry, Chief Littlechild, but we have other panelists here, and we want
Yes, I'm going to wrap up right now.
Okay, great.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
I was wondering about the time. So the lessons learned were that we had to have these 10 principles of reconciliation. The first one of which was to use the UN Declaration as a framework. And just as it happens, yesterday in the House of Commons, a bill was introduced that there will be legislation. First reading was presented yesterday to implement in Canada the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. But this has taken us 43 years to do. Since 1977, when I first went to Geneva, till yesterday, it's been 43 years. Because before that, we were talking at Wounded Knee about how to protect treaty, because it was because of treaty violations that I was sent to Geneva. So we have this long story. I apologize. It was a 7.5-year mandate. And we have 10 principles of reconciliation, which are now have been converted to international principles. And what I see since 5 years ago now, the mandate where we tabled our report, there is healing going on, a lot of healing in our communities. Because don't forget, it wasn't only individuals that were assaulted, the communities were assaulted. But now we're beginning to heal in a good way, individually, with families, within our communities, with our neighbors, and then within the country of Canada. So thank you, and I apologize for taking so much of your time.
Thank you so much, Chief Littlechild, and we just are always honored to be blessed with your words of wisdom and your deep understanding and experience on this topic. And you didn't take too much time, and we're eternally grateful that you were able to join us here today. Hi, thank you. We appreciate you so much and all the work. I want to switch to the next the next slate of panelists, we have 3 more panelists left, and we do want to end on time, I think. And I'm looking at people's reactions. I know that you're all busy, and we want to get through these areas. Christina, did you have something?
It is super important that our council members have the opportunity to ask some questions. And so I think if folks are able to stay a little bit over time, that would be, but also don't want to cut into any other plans you may have in the break.
So we have 3 more speakers left. If we could, I think they were planned to go for 10 minutes. If we could get you to stay under 7, that will give us at least a little bit of time at the end of the hour. And I'm really sorry to ask people to go a little bit shorter. But first off, we have Darren Renko, and he is the Associate Professor of Anthropology and the Coordinator of Native American Research at the University of Maine. He's going to be talking about what is happening in Maine and some of the work that has occurred there at the state level.
Great, thank you, everyone. And I can keep mine very quick. You know, as someone with a PhD, I usually want to have at least 43 slides to present to you all. But really, I'm just quite humbled and be able to at least set up. I think I feel like I'm a little bit like a connector, because I had a very small role in the work we've done in Maine related to building a truth and reconciliation work, but the other 2 folks really orchestrated it. I just want to just give a little bit of a setup in terms of our truth and reconciliation process. Our TRC out here was established in 2012, and the final report was issued in June of 2015. I think we can make a lot of those materials are publicly available to everyone, so you can see the context of of the process here. And our truth and reconciliation process was directly related in a similar way as Canada's in terms of relating to and dealing with a history of racism and injustice in our child welfare system here in the state of Maine. And the organizing principles, and I just want to give voice to this so we can kind of understand how this compares to what you all are attempting, what you're all doing in California. The organizing principles were to give voice to Wabanaki people. So that's their name for our broad cultural and political confederacy here. Give voice to Wabanaki people with experience in child welfare. It also organized to give voice to state and tribal child welfare staff, care providers, and the legal community in regard to their work with Wabanaki families. Create and establish a more complete account of the history of Wabanaki people in the state child welfare system. Work in collaboration with Maine Wabanaki Reach to provide opportunities for healing and deeper understanding for Wabanaki people and state child welfare staff, improve child welfare practices, and create sustainable changes in child welfare that strive for the best possible system. Formulate recommendations to state and tribal governments and their entities to ensure that the lessons of the truth are not forgotten, and to further the objectives of the commission. And lastly, to promote individual, relational, systemic, and cultural reconciliation. So there's some really common themes with what your charge is in California, with what we did in Maine. My direct role, and I'll just share this real briefly up front, I was going to come back to it, had to do with really protecting the testimonials and the archiving of these testimonials for future generations. I urge you to really think about that issue as you're just starting this work, and I'm happy to kind of help out later on. But we gave a lot of control to both individuals and focus groups and communities, and sort of how their words would be used and archived later on, so we can continue the learning through time. It's very critical that this be thought out and not lost on people, because as Chief Littlechild talked about, these are emotional spaces for people, but the truth must come out. So setting that in the most appropriate cultural and social way, in preserving that voice and making people feel in control of their voice through the process is very important. And where you archive it, here in Maine, because of this history, I work at our land grant institution here at the University of Maine. They are not, these testimonies are not archived at the University of Maine for a variety of reasons. And one of them is because the state of Maine was the perpetrator of the injustice. So this linkage and sort of where these things are located and people trust where the archive is located is very important as well. So I just urge you to think through that process, because it's the lasting impact of where the materials and testimonials are kept, especially for future generations, is quite critical. I do want to hand it over to Esther Ann and Denise Altivator, both of whom are Passamaquoddy, and are without them, really, I don't think our TRC would have happened here in the state of Maine. And so I really want to just give them space to, first of all, correct my mistakes. As a Penobscot man, I am horribly flawed as an individual, and my Passamaquoddy relations remind me of that, especially the women. And then more importantly, talk about the lessons learned that we've had from our TRC process out here, and whatever advice you might share with folks in California. And again, we're super humbled and really appreciate this opportunity. I think Esther might go next.
Sure. Kwe and Louis Esther Ann, Chquabanakig, Eskimogari Nil, Nurebeg Zibayeg, Wigo Banawabskewi, Alnabe Menahan. Hello, my name is Esther Ann. I am Wabanaki, the people of the place where the sun first looks our way. And I am Passamaquoddy, the people who spear pollock. And I live here with Darren's people in the place of the White Rocks on Indian Island with my husband and my adult children and grandbaby nearby. And I'm happy to be here today too. I want to first of all give a lot of gratitude to the folks in Greensboro, North Carolina, the first Truth Commission here in the States. That was, it was around one incident, the Klan murder of 5 Labor Party workers in 1979. We learned a lot from them. They learned a lot from Desmond Tutu, and we learned a lot from them. And also to the folks in Canada, Chief Littlechild and Murray Sinclair and Marie Wilson. We actually were able to attend a couple events, and the Truth and Reconciliation Commissioners here served as honorary witnesses. So we were really honored to be part of that process. Lessons learned, you know, the word reconciliation, it was a mixed blessing. We spent a lot of time, I know the commissioners spent a lot of time wrestling with that word, and we did too. This effort was a grassroots effort. It was mostly women, child welfare workers, social workers that wanted to see change. And we're thinking we were going to do this between the child welfare departments in the state and the tribes. And it was really Denise that said, we need to move this up to the tribal leaders, the chiefs and the state, because we saw the value in this process of truth healing and change, of bringing the work from here down to our hearts. And we also saw the value in creating those safe spaces for people to be able to bring their whole selves into the process. Because what we found out was in this tribal state collaboration, a lot of all of the non-native state folks were not able to bring their whole selves into the process. They have these different hats they wear, and you know, in these state systems, they're very paternalistic, very colonial, very sexist. So we, you know, spent a lot of time really trying to create a safe space for ourselves and learn some hard lessons along the way about taking care of people. And I think Denise might speak to that a little more. Prior to even, you know, we started working together in 1999, and it wasn't until 2008 that we decided to do a TRC process. And it took us 3 years of working together, just the tribal folks just going through our own process to figure out what the it was. Truth about what, reconciliation about what, because we're talking about child welfare. And that is, child welfare is, you pull that child welfare thread and it's connected to everything, all of our history, and everything that has happened to us, and really defines our relationship that we have with the state. So, so that's one advice I would say is take your time. I know you already have a timeline planned out, but you can never, you can't rush it, I would say. And always to know, to realize that not everybody is at the same place in the process, and always to be there to always cheer people on to join you. So reconciliation, like I said, was a mixed blessing. It ended up being, there's a film about our process made by independent filmmakers called Dawnland, and they really tackle with this issue that we had to deal with. And so I believe having truth and reconciliation gave everybody something to aspire to. Native people, we really wanted the truth. We really wanted our voice. We really wanted to be able to say, this is what has happened to us, because, it's twistery. Our voices have been repressed and twisted. And so the non-Native people really wanted to just kind of skip over the truth part and just jump to the let's get along, let's move forward. Why can't we let bygones be bygones? And having that was seductive. I think it was kind of real seductive for them and got them to the table. And then we had to deal with that. And it's hard for me to say that I would do anything differently, because I really believe everything happens for a reason. And when somebody mentioned about keeping the spirit in your process, that's very important. I think it's very important. And it's really what a few times kept us together when nothing else would. And that's another piece of advice that Reverend Nelson Johnson in Greensboro gave us. He said, you need to be strong as a group. You need to do your own processes of truth, healing, and change, and being vulnerable and sharing with each other. And so I'm trying not to take too much time, because I know Dee Dee has to talk too. So the word reconciliation, in the end, we ended up changing Maine Wabanaki Reach. The R in our name used to be reconciliation, and now it's restoration. We've changed it because our focus is more on restorative practices, acknowledging the harm, repairing that harm, and that harm, and how anybody who's not Indigenous benefits from that harm, continues to benefit from it today. So I'll let Dee Dee go. I don't want to take up any more time, because I can talk like Darren. I could get 53 slides.
Dee Dee, you're muted.
All right. I wanted to go last because I was hoping they would take up all of the time. I'm the one who least likes to speak out of the bunch. I'm Denise Altivator. I have worked with Esther on this child welfare work since 1999. I am not a child welfare worker. I actually work for the American Friends Service out of Philadelphia, the Quakers. And it was through the knowledge that I had been in foster care from the time that I was 7 years old till I was 14, that I was asked to come forward and talk about what happened to me, and be recorded and do it in front of a bunch of people, and had no idea what I was getting myself into when I did agree to do it. So that when I showed up to tell my story the very first time, it was a big shock to me, because these are things that in our communities we do not talk about. We don't talk about them in our families. We don't talk about them to our spouses, and we do not talk about them in our communities, because there is a lot of shame, and there's a lot of hurt, and there's a lot of anger. And those are things that people do, don't ever want to have to face in their lives. But that there's something wrong with you. You just don't know why. So I didn't know why I was the way I was until I first told my story. And I left there and I came home and I cried for a long, long time. And I thought, oh my God, I didn't know that all this happened to me. And I didn't, and what hurt me the most wasn't what happened to me, but what happened to my sisters. I have 6 sisters. And so the state put us all in a non-aided foster home for 7 years, which was happened to be a very horrible home where they tortured us and did some awful things to us. But I just want to say that for me, the power of doing this process and the power of a truth and reconciliation, it's in the telling of the stories. First finding that you have a voice, because not knowing you had one, your voice had never been valued. Nobody ever cared about your voice, what you had to say. So that was the first really important thing. And having a place where your voice was going to be heard and was going to actually be believed. Because when I was a little girl and I told about what had happened to me, I was not believed. And so that I was going to tell my story and I was going to be believed was really a big deal for me. And then finally, learning about the emotions and the experiences that we had through connections and conflicts with each other, they changed us so much in ways that were so powerful. And they were loving, they were healing, they brought us hope. And instead of silence, confusion, pain, loneliness, fear, they were all replaced with these things that always wanted when I was a little girl, but eventually gave up believing I could ever have. And when I started this process with them, I didn't know that this was going to happen. But the stories, the biggest part for me was that the stories connected us. They connected all of us, whether it was those of us who spent years developing our process, or those of us who talked and listened to each other in the circles and in our communities, through our fears and through so many tears, to finally tell what was done to us and to know that we were in a place that was made for us. Somebody said, this space is for you, and you come and this is where you can be heard and where you can heal. And that the people who came there, they came there to listen to us. They came there to support us. But I think the most important thing was that our stories were going to make a difference in our lives, in our families' lives, in the lives of communities, and that our stories were going to make some powerful changes because of the mandate and the truth and reconciliation process that we knew that what was going to happen and why it was put together. So we learned, I learned why I was disconnected, unhealthy, addicted, suicidal. I learned why I did not know how to connect with my children, how to tell them that I love them, how to show affection, how to receive affection. And it did not come without a cost. It came at a very big cost to me. And my biggest suggestion, and what I learned the most, is that to make sure that when people are ready to come forward in whatever you develop for them, that you make sure that they have the support and the resources that they need to just be able to move in a healthy way and not in an unhealthy way. What we did was everyone who told the story had to have 2 support people, and they had to be with them when they told their story. And that those people had to reach out to the person who told the story, because those of us who grew up in these types of situations, and particularly, being ripped from your home and put in a place where you're abused for so many years, you learn, you do not reach out. You do not ask for help. You do not say, do you have a minute to talk? Because you are not important enough for somebody to have the time to give you. So you do not reach out. And we made sure that those support people had to make connections with their person and not wait for them to reach out to them. And that we also put together systems in the communities where weekly we could get together with each other and just be together, or have a healing circle or do ceremony, something that was very sacred, and that we could hold on to and keep us going. I myself ended up being institutionalized several times, but I had a story that is not common. The home that I was put in was not common. And, we, in the end, I think the biggest, most important thing for people to learn and to accept and to understand is that the trauma of all of this is the trauma of being taken. Just the fact that you were taken and how you were taken, why you were taken, that creates a lifelong feeling of loneliness, isolation, and that you will never belong anywhere. And so I hope that helps you in some way when you move forward, as you move forward with your process. Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Just want to thank you for sharing your heart with the council here. And as I just sit with the words that you just said, I know that it takes a lot of courage, and I know that the council benefits so much from hearing those words, because it's part of the work that is coming towards the council, and the idea that there can be healing, and it's good to know that this is something that's doable, and you actually give me a lot of hope and courage. And thank you to everyone who presented from Maine. I guess at this time it's almost at the top of the hour, but we did want to leave some time for folks to have discussion and ask questions of panelists. So if there are folks, I'm not sure the mechanism, but I think there's a hand raiser, maybe not. So I think you just take off your microphone, right?
Yeah, if council members would like to ask questions of the panelists, I know Professor Riley had to run to another Zoom, which is all too common nowadays. But if folks want to ask questions of the panelists that are on, please feel free to do so now. I think if the council is okay with it, we'll go until 15 after the hour, and then reconvene later. Yes, Vice Chairman? We can't hear you, Vice Chairman.
I just wanted to say, walk up from the bottom of my heart for the stories we heard and from you being able to express it. I think this is important for us to start wrapping our heads around what the path lies ahead for us, so that we can get in the right mental frame for the work that we're coming with here shortly. So, welcome. Thank you for your stories.
I'd like to ask you a question. This is Joe.
Go ahead, Joe.
I was curious about, were there other themes that having to do with the traumatization of the tribes in Maine that your TRC looked at during that time, or was it totally focused on the damage done to children through the social welfare system over the generations?
So their mandate was specifically focused on ICWA, to look at implementation of ICWA and its impacts from 1978 to the signing of the mandate. But they made a conscious effort to welcome people to share stories that went beyond that time frame. And anybody was welcome to come and share a story, even if they knew somebody that had been in child welfare. Because as we know, it doesn't happen in a vacuum. When a child is taken into care, it just doesn't impact that family. It impacts the entire community and entire tribe. I mean, we had, people in their 30s giving testimony saying, I had a best friend and one day she disappeared and I don't know what happened to her. And I'm finding out now that she was taken into foster care. So things like that. So they really, and all along in this process, the Penobscot chief, Kirk Francis, had really saw the potential for this process of tribal state relations and this truth, heal, and change process that we had to be used in other areas of tribal state relations. Because if we can come together around children, then, we can come together around anything, because children are, the most precious to us.
Denise, thank you. Denise, I wanted to thank you for your words. They're very moving and powerful and so compelling in so many ways. And it reminded me, I flashed on an Anishinaabe friend. His family had a similar experience. He and his 4 siblings were all taken the same day by social workers in Montana. The state pulled up with a couple of cars and took them all away, and he never saw them again. His siblings, like for 9 years or 11 years. And he later wrote a poem about it. And it was I won't say his sibling's name, but it starts out with her name. She was swallowed by a rat was how he encapsulated the entire process of the system, crushing his family on that day in Montana in the 60s, early 60s or late 50s.
Kusla?
Yeah, thanks. And thank you all for your comments and testimony here today. I did have I've got a lot of questions, but just for right now, thinking about the partnerships that existed between the tribe, I don't even know if it was one tribe or many tribes, and the academic institutions and the state, right? It seems like there was a lot of different partners in the project. And I'm just wondering, kind of, were there a set of principles that governed those relationships, or where did the agency come from to develop those agreements, if there were agreements in place? What does that kind of look like from a practical angle?
First of all, we had to develop our declaration of intent. What was the intention of our process? And that's where we reached out for help. and in Greensboro. We went to ICTJ in New York, and we went all over Canada, and to learn about what the process should look like. And we took more than a year of us Wabanaki people trying to write that declaration alone without the state. And then we brought the state in and said to them, this is the declaration and this is what we want to do. And here you go. And they said, no, absolutely not. That's not going to happen. And so we said, okay, so we ripped it up and we rewrote it together. But we had worked with these people from the state for so long and had made such strong connections that they felt comfortable coming in and telling us, no, this isn't going to work. But we also needed to have that time to ourselves to write down what it was that we felt we needed to see, we wanted accomplished, and we threw in everything they had done to us from you name it. And I don't even know how much of it had to do with child welfare. So there was that first. And, you know, we do have that we could share with you. And so we had a signing of our declaration of intent with the governors and the governor of Maine. And then we went and wrote the mandate. And so the mandate was to tell the commission what your role is, this is what you have to do, and this is how you're going to do it. And we knew that after and then we had a signing of the mandate and a ceremony around the mandate. And we knew we had to let go of the process at that point. And we went from being the Child Welfare Coalition to Maine Wabanaki Reach. And one thing that we did is we held on to the right to determine how that commission came into our Native communities and how they conducted themselves, how they came and took stories, how they interacted with our people. And that caused a little bit of conflict. And as we worked through that conflict, we learned a lot of lessons, and we learned a lot about white privilege and about Native people wanting to take care of white people. And we also have that mandate. So those two guiding documents pretty much said to us all, this is what's going to happen, and this is what you're going to do. And in the end, and this is what we expect of you.
Thank you. And I wanted to note that Jody had to jump off, but she and like some of our panelists here are happy to engage further throughout this process if there's more that that this council would like to rely on them. We already got Professor Ranko to commit to helping us along the way. So just wanted to make that clear. And if people did need to jump off, that's fine. We will still try to go until 15 after with more questions. So thanks.
Yeah, I had a question about the process that had happened for reconciliation and truth healing. If there were any studies or any invitations to those people who are still alive that did the abuse, did those jobs that caused this kind of trauma within our peoples. I mean, you know, listening to Chief Littlechild, realizing that this is so current with so many of our people that I don't understand how people could have done that to us, to our people. And what kind of thinking could we gain, you know, from understanding like what was the problem? What was that notion that it's okay to do these things to this population or these kinds of people? Because in my mind, that's still sort of happening on the border. It's still happening to the indigenous peoples that are detained right now, and their kids are being subjected out. But it's also happening within my own county right here in Shasta, in the DA offices and the social services are still practicing some of these techniques to get our kids away from us. But do we know what that thinking is? That's why I'm wondering if there was any studies or any interviews with people who, were there and they participated in the guidelines of whatever their job was.
We did allow people who worked in the system throughout, even way back, to come and give testimony. So child welfare workers and foster parents, judges, lawyers, police officers who had to help remove children. What I found listening and hearing the stories is what I already knew, and I think what we all already know is that because we are not human enough, we do not have the same value as they do, and that it's okay to do these things to us no matter how harmful, because we don't matter as much as they do. Okay, like, the Black Lives Matter movement, that's all about they don't matter. And that's the same thing for us. We don't matter. And we have, as Native people in this country, our population numbers are so small that if you go and do your research, statistically, Native American men are more likely to be killed by the police in this country than any other race. But because there are so few of us, we're not part of that national conversation. We and or any other conversation where we have to deal with or live with these things being okay to be done to us. And it's difficult to get somebody to, we had people testify that were foster care workers, and it was just unbelievable some of the things they said, like something about, one woman said, what, Esther, about the shoes? Something about shoes. Sneaker.
So I think it's important to understand that the why goes back to the origins of this country, and everything that drove kill the Indian to save the man, and that forced assimilation is the same mentality that drives the entire child welfare system in this country, because the child welfare system is based on the basic premise that children are property. That's why when you adopt a child, you go to probate court, which is different from the epistemology of Native people. So when, even when those boarding schools were happening, that was considered to be real best practice. That was considered to be a better alternative than physical genocide. They really, there might have been some evil thinking, but by and large, they thought they were doing a good thing. Just like with the Indian Adoption Project in the 50s, when the Bureau of Indian Affairs contracted with the Child Welfare League of America and did this experiment and took these children out of their homes to prove they were better off with white families. They really thought they were doing the best thing. And the only way I can relate to that is when Denise talked about sharing her story in 1999, we created a video. We interviewed Denise and other Wabanaki people who were in care prior to 1978, because we had a goal to train these caseworkers, right? So we wanted to share these stories. We went in, asked Dee Dee and folks like her to share their story. We didn't take care of them. We didn't do a darn thing to take care of them. We thought we were doing the best thing because we were focused on getting those caseworkers trained, and we didn't take care of them. And like Dee Dee said, she ended up in a facility. So that was a lesson that we learned. And it doesn't get easier every time we tell this story, but it's important to tell it because it can happen to anyone when you're laser focused on your goal and you're not thinking about other things. You're not taking the time to reflect and process. So when we started the TRC, that's why the goals were truth, healing, and change, because that healing and that supporting people was number one. And Denise talked about all the processes we set up, healing circles, talking circles, getting people used to sharing their story before they go in front of the commission, things like that, supporting them, preparing them, supporting them through it and after, and creating support in the community by educating people about the process. You know, the number one thing that I have seen in our communities since this TRC process is our friend and colleague Maria Gerard says it best. She says it's like been going around with this illness and we get a diagnosis. When you talk about intergenerational trauma, we understand now we have the highest rates of socioeconomic distress, but we're not supposed to be here. We look pretty damn good for a group of people that have had such repeated strategies of genocide, and we're still here. So all this intergenerational trauma we've inherited so much strength. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. And it's all within our ways of knowing and being, our language, our ceremonies, how we get together. And, you know, and that message to tribal people, this is not our fault. None of this is our fault. It's quite the opposite. My mother used to say it's like an upside down triangle with everything pushing down on us and we're holding it all up. She said, because we're brilliant. So that to me, that, you know, showing Native people that, teaching them the history and telling them that, you know, this is not our fault, it gives them the ability to see a different way forward.
But the unthinkable things that were done from the very beginning, and you know, the murdering of Native people just so they could take their land, and then you just go up to all the atrocities that this country perpetrated against Native people. You're not gonna see that in the media. You're not gonna see that visual. You're not gonna see the government wanting to talk about it. Because there is so much guilt about what they have done to us and so much not wanting to acknowledge what they have done to Native people. Because what they've done to me, for me, when I think about it, and I look at my granddaughter, and my granddaughter is, you know, she has, just like me, she has dark hair, dark eyes, dark skin, and she has survived some of the same racist things in her life that I have, and the things that I've had to deal with from people who are racist and think that I have no value are horrible. So when I look at her, I think to myself, it is just so unfair that she is going to have to go through her life with what happened to me only because of the color of her skin and for no other reason. That she's not going to have the same advantages, and she's not going to have the same hopes and dreams, and she's not going to be treated with the same respect or with the same that her life is as important only because she was born with dark skin. And that is not right, and it's not fair, and it's wrong, and it kills me. And because she's so beautiful, you know?
Yeah, I have a granddaughter too. And I worry about that same thing. And I think about all of the people that we hire in jobs, and especially with the Indian economy coming up and the ability for employment. And if we know, you know, what kind of people are out there, you know, I think about Kit Carson stating that he didn't want to use the Gatling gun on the children because it tore them up too bad, but he wasn't opposed to using a 45. It's like, where does that thinking come from? And why is it allowed? Why is it okay to do? But, you know, in the Black Lives Matter, I see that same kind of thinking that it's okay, and it kind of spreads out and it kind of normalizes. But as we're doing this truth and healing, I mean, I think that's part of what we need to talk about is like, who are those people that abused us, and what right did they have? And are they normal? Are they the ones who hold the value of life as Creator put it down here for us? Because they're the ones that are the same ones who are abusing the water and the salmon and the trees, everything. And for some reason, they must be mad at Mother Earth, you know, and we can't carry that burden, you know. And at some point in time, we have to create this protective environment for our grandchildren if our tribes are going to go on into the future and hold our traditions the way that our grandmothers and grandfathers tried to protect for us, even going underground to hold those meetings and speak that language. And so I appreciate your talking here today and sharing from your heart, because I feel that. And hopefully we'll be able to maintain some connections and go through this time as each state goes through this. But for now, California, you know, we have so many tribes here. I did look on the thing, and it looks like you guys got 5 recognized tribes. Well, we have like 135 different dialects. We have 112 recognized tribes. And then we have the most number of unrecognized Indian people in the United States.
Right, exactly. And it's really cold here in Maine. I feel sorry for us.
Well, it cut off what is a really wonderful conversation, but I do want to make sure folks get a break. I know that our council actually has more questions for these, for all of you. I know you're on the East Coast and it's really cold here, so we apologize for being in sunny California. But if you are all available, I guess it would be at 4 your time in 40 minutes. If you could come back for maybe 30 minutes of additional questions, would that be okay?
Sure. So should we sign on the same link, right?
Yep. Yeah, it's personal to you, so you can just rejoin it in
Sure.
40 minutes.
I can do that.
Okay, and then we will break for a short break until 1 p.m. our time. And if you have questions or you're thinking about things over the break, feel free to bring them back and we'll open it back up for this Q&A. Okay, thank you all. And then James, they should just go camera and mute if they want to stay on.
Please, thank you.
Thank you.
Ready. Good afternoon. Are we, we're live already?
Yes, we are.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the second day of the inaugural Truth and Healing Council meeting. Before we get back right into the discussion with our panelists from this morning, I just want to discuss the rest of the day real quick. We're going to spend the next at least 30 minutes, depending on how discussion goes, having Q&A from our council for the panel. I'd like to spend 20 to 30 minutes wrapping up some business from yesterday's discussion, because it sounds like we won't need to take too much time on that. And we can resolve those issues then. And then I would like to still dedicate the last hour to public comment in the event that folks have public comment. That said, I would like to propose, and folks can think about holding a special meeting in late January after the MLK holiday, just so that we can do a day long of listening session in the morning to think about some of the things that this council should be thinking about in terms of issue approach to work, which is basically item 1 after the break. I think it's a little bit preliminary to have that conversation, but happy to hear more from the council later today about what that looks like. But with morning listening session and noon business items, but I'll leave that for you to think about a bit, and then we'll just jump right back into questions. I see that we have Esther Ann back. I don't see that we have our other panelists.
Darren's not coming back. I don't know about Denise.
Okay, well, we'll start with you, and then if we have follow-up questions, we can send them to all of you. And we've got a raised hand from Chairman Maccaro, if you'd like to begin.
There it is. Unmute. Okay, thank you. I really appreciate the presentation on the Wabanaki. A couple of questions that came up during that presentation from all three of you. So this is no particular order of priority. I think that one of the things I'd like to know is, and I realize as a public entity here, as such as we are with the council, anytime we have public comment, we could be receiving a truth-telling moment and some content. But in your process, the Wabanaki process, was there a point where, there was a buildup, there's essentially announcements that we're going to do this, we have an opportunity to present, or you will have an opportunity to present as individuals or as tribes, your concerns, what your feeling is on why the state has wronged you and your people. Is there a point in time where it was like, okay, here's where it all starts. Here's where all the stories and the experiences and the individual histories begin? Or did it just kind of evolve during or unfold at some point in time? So was it structured in other words, was it structured so that, on this day at this time, we begin the process of soliciting testimonials or receiving testimonials? And that's the first question. The second question is shorter. What would what would the Wabanaki process, those involved, consider to maybe done differently now, having the benefit of the passage of time? Thank you.
Oh, okay. So let me just clarify that my role was I helped establish the commission, and the commissioner helped write the mandate for the commission. And then once the commissioners were selected, they developed their own research process. But we helped them. They couldn't have done it without us, because we helped find people to participate and provide their stories, and supported Wabanaki people through that. So like I said, we had attended, the commission and REACH together had attended two of the Canadian TRC events, and so we saw the big screens and people giving testimony in a very public way in front of the commission. And so we had that in our minds. And so the first visit to a tribal community was to my tribal community in Zibayig. And the commission had over-prepared. They had trained a lot of people as statement gatherers, and they had a pretty rigorous screening and training process for them to get them to be very prepared to do this. And it was all non-native statement gatherers that they had trained, which ended up being exactly what tribal people wanted. They wanted a stranger to tell their story to. They didn't want to tell their story to another tribal person, especially somebody that might know them, somebody in their community. Denise talked about how difficult it is for people to even come out to their own families and talk about what had happened, even though it's happened to them collectively, they don't talk about it. So, and if you watch the film Dawnland, a lot of this is in that as well. but Denise actually participated in the first public testimonial. It was in our community. We had a circle. She was in the middle of the circle, her support people on the side of her, and the commission was there, and they were recording her statement. And it proved to be too difficult. Tried it, she didn't even finish her statement. And it was difficult for her, but it was also really difficult for all of the people around the circle. And so the commission ended up adapting and opening themselves up and saying however people want to provide their statement and their story, we will accommodate that. And what ended up happening, so you could, if you wanted to share your story, you could decide if you wanted a commissioner present there to bear witness to it. Some people didn't. Some people wanted to give it to a statement gatherer. You could decide if you wanted to bring your own support person in. Wabanaki Reach provided support people as well. And what I think the majority ended up happening is they gathered in people's homes. There were, for the statements that were gathered in the main communities, there was a little bit of a different process. The outreach, we did a lot of outreach to foster parents, ex-caseworkers or current caseworkers, all those people that Denise mentioned had provided statements. And so they had more like events where they would schedule many people over a day, and they go to a facility and say, well, we'll be here from this time, and people would show up to do their statements. So they did, and another thing that they ended up doing is they found that a lot of people were willing to have conversations, but they were not willing to make an official statement because it's intimidating. I provided a statement, and I was just telling Darren in research to get ready for this call, I looked at it and I couldn't even read it. I can't really bring myself to even read it. It was a very difficult process, but we were intentional about each of us sharing a statement because we're asking other people to do it. So we wouldn't ask them to do something we weren't willing to do ourselves. So I'm trying to remember what I was going to say. So in the end, they ended up gathering, it seems like a small amount, 159 statements, but it was that was quite a lot. And so this process where the director of the commission at the time, Charlotte, would have conversations with people, and she incorporated the things that they said within the report without revealing who they were. She kind of referenced what their title was or some context about who they were. And that opened up, they got a lot more information that way because people had a lot to share anecdotally. And even in that phone call, she would help support them through that truth telling, because that's a truth telling too. Not just gathering statements. It was truth telling happening around people's kitchen tables because of this process, because people started talking about it. And there was truth telling happening within ceremony and circles that were never archived, never recorded, and just here and here in the commissioner's, psyche. When they're creating this report, they had all of that information, but what's reflected is the things that they can cite are more limited than the information that they got. And the impact that it has had on those people, those 5 commissioners, has been profound as well too. So I'm trying to think the other question you had. I forgot the second question. I'm sorry.
What, in hindsight, with the benefit of time in hindsight, would anything be done differently in the terms of the process or in the collecting of testimonials, the bigger process, as well as the testimonials?
I think probably more time. And I say that, but then, it's, what do they say? 6 of one, half dozen of the other. I think if we had, none of those commissioners, they had a 27-month process, and there was no compensation. There was no budget. They had to raise their own money, and they had to do this without any compensation. And it was a big commitment. So hindsight, I think, if we had more time, maybe 5 years for a process, because we were just really starting to get to building that trust, and the commission had built enough trust, and we were supporting people enough where they were starting to really come forward. But then on the other hand, would we have found 5 people that would commit to that many years working that hard with no, and they all had, their own full-time jobs and careers. So I think more time, and, I said before, the word reconciliation, although it turned out to be problematic, it was also a really a wonderful opportunity for us to learn and grow. Because if we hadn't been faced with so much white privilege, if it hadn't risen to the surface and shown itself so much, we wouldn't have had those conversations that we needed to have with each other. And it would have been more superficial, the process. So yeah, and it's hard too to say we would have done this differently or that differently. Definitely more time to prepare tribal people. At one time we got really scared about this truth telling, because once one of the elders had said, you're opening this big can of worms, and really warning us, what are you going to do with all of that? And a couple times we had thought about backing down, because we got scared that people would start really hurting themselves. And then we realized that that's already happening. And Denise was the one that really helped us see, she said, it's not sharing my story that is causing me distress. The things that happened to me cause me distress, and sharing my story is the path to healing, but you just need a lot of support through that, to get through that, because it's very destabilizing when people are triggered. But we're triggered all the time as Native people. We talk about microaggressions. As Native people, we're triggered all the time. And our young people, I think even more so with the onset of technology, there's many more places for them to be impacted by these genocide reminders, mascots, and even in fashion and music and things like that. So I'm getting off track, so I'll stop.
I wrote some additional questions down there. Apologies for misspelling your name. That was a typing thing. But you can answer them, but I just wanted to get the questions down before I forgot them, because there's so much.
The commission, okay, so were testimonials always received, collected in person? Most of them were, and they gave people as much, latitude and options as possible, as Darren talked about. You could have an audio statement or a video. I think older people chose just audio. The younger folks went with video. They also would accept written, and there are things on the archives. They have some written documents there. They would even accept artwork if people wanted to submit anything written, or if they wanted to, do their own video without the help of a statement gatherer. And even since the 2015, when the commission ended their task, we have, through Wabanaki Reach, we have a person that will work with people that want to either edit their statement, because there's a lot of fear, when some people will read that statement and they get afraid, oh, I can't believe I shared that. So they have the opportunity to go back and edit it, or remove it, or change their consent option if they want, or add to the archive. And since 2015, I think we've added maybe four statements of people that have come forward. And yes, there were 60 or so statements from non-Wabanaki people, and some of those were former caseworkers. And like I said, there were probably more that participated in these informal phone calls and conversations with the director, but there were people that did give testimony. And when we were writing the mandate, we had a lot of conversation about whether or not people would be held liable for things that they did if they revealed something in their statement and admitted to a crime or admitted to doing something wrong. And it was decided because of if I can remember this correctly, the legislative process that it would have taken to make that happen was too much of a, we didn't want to wait. And some of us felt that we didn't want that to restrict what people would say. So it was decided that there would be no, I don't know the legal terms, it's escaping me right now, but they wouldn't get in trouble for what they had said. And then secondhand, yes, and secondhand testimonials, that raises an interesting question, because when I was talked about giving my own statement, and what I found most difficult about sharing my story was that it involved other people, and I didn't like talking about other people. It feels very, it's not a good feeling, and you're real careful. Gee, should I talk about that? But we're all intertwined and we're all connected. So, and that, most people, all of their testimonies included stories of other people, for sure. This person, my stepfather did this, or, my foster father did that. Some of them might have even used names, but I don't know. I don't think there hasn't been any legal action or anything like that has come out of these that I know of. Statements from foster care workers. Yeah, so in that 65 and in the archives, I'm pretty sure there's descriptions in each of the statements, so you can tell that's one thing that I think is a shortcoming to the TRC archives, is they're not cataloged, so you can't go in there, and if you're looking for a particular story, or want to hear from people who experienced something in particular, you couldn't search for them. That's one thing we have been that is on our list to try to figure out how to do to catalog them so they'll be more searchable, because the statistics show that a lot of people are accessing them, but, and I don't know, I really wish the college where they're held would do more to engage with those archives. I mean, it's such a treasure trove of research information that they could really be engaging with and using it for, some good research, Indigenous research methodologies and stuff.
Esther, can I just briefly ask you about, just follow up on that particular point that you were just discussing? So when I think about it, like, I'm an academic, so I understand the value of documenting and collecting all these things into one place, but it's also, right, there's a lot of trauma, there's a lot of vulnerability. These are people that are still, like, how do you protect the subjects in that context? And did you guys partner, get advice from any particular institution on how to kind of proceed with that?
I don't know if the commission had a research coordinator, Rachel George. She's at the University of Alberta now. I don't know who they consulted with, but in the consent forms, we helped them and worked with them when they were developing their consent form. And there was, I believe, 6 different options. People had maximum control over what they wanted. And most people chose public accessibility, non-anonymous. And they would ask them, are you sure? Like 3 or 4 times, go through this consent form to make sure. And people would say yes. And Rachel would make it a habit of asking them why. And they would say, I've never shared this with anyone, but I want to make sure that it doesn't happen again to any other child. So I am willing to put my name there, and I'm willing for anybody to read it. And it was done, they were determined. It was on their own volition, and that's really what they wanted. There are some statements there that are anonymous, and there are some that are restricted to tribal access only, and it's not public access. So that was another option too.
Yeah, I was actually wondering about that. Did the tribes was there any kind of consent forms that you had with the tribal government agreements in place, MOUs of any sort of?
I wasn't privy to a lot of that. I'm not sure what the commission did. I know that before the commission went into each tribal community, like Denise said, we wrote into the mandate that the commission would come into the community when they were invited and in a manner that was consistent with how the community laid it out. And so to that end, we would have visits, like they would come meet the commissioners and come meet the statement gatherers. So there was that level of scrutiny. So the community would come out and they would meet these statement gatherers and they would ask them questions. And there was a big fear around somebody profiting off of this process by maybe publishing a book or something. And so we, had that level of scrutiny where the community could come out, and also with the tribal leadership. And that really seemed to allay a lot of fears that people had. Some communities, it was real superficial, and other communities, they really put them in the hot seat, which was good. It was real good for them. But yeah, so I'm because the commission, like I said, I wasn't the commissioners, the 5 commissioners, they had their own staff, and Wabanaki Reach, our role, once the commission was seated, our role changed from this group of people who got this thing off the ground to guidance and guiding them and educating Maine, all of the Maine and Wabanaki people about truth commissions, about truth telling, and then supporting them through that process. And so, and also working with the archives, we had a hand in all of it, but the commission was autonomous. That's the right word. Yeah, they really, and they came to their conclusions on their own. Even the process to select the commission was done by, we created the process, and then those people that were involved in choosing the commissioners, like we weren't even privy to that. So I didn't even know who the commissioners were going to be until it was announced and the public knew. So we had that necessary separation that really, if you watch Dawnland, you'll see how all these, how it all played out. And it's pretty dramatic.
You spoke a bit about the consideration of this information being used for profit. Was there any conversation about whether there could ever be any provisions tied to if it's ever used in that way to be turned into a form of reparations that feeds back into the Native community? Like if it's ever, because I'm interested, this council is actually it can look at reparations based on, the things that happened. And so I'm wondering, we have a lot of people from the non-Native community inherited plots of land from 5 generations back. They feel that like they want to do something, and I'm just wondering if there was ever some sort of like Reach seems to kind of do some stuff in terms of restorative and reparative work, but wanted to know if that was ever part of the consideration ongoing from perpetrator populations.
I'll try to answer that. So the fear of reparations was definitely the big elephant in the room, and a lot through this process. And when the commissioners were selected, one of them happened to be ended up being the Secretary of State. He wasn't the Secretary of State when he was selected, but when he got to be Secretary of State, then the commission started getting some more attention because they thought, oh, gee, this is something that might have some teeth, and we're worried about reparations. And so much so that a couple months after the commission was seated, the governor of Maine, who had signed the mandate, came up with a press release denouncing the mandate and denouncing the commission and saying that he wouldn't support it. And he never followed through. I mean, he just said that, and he still ended up adhering to everything he agreed to. But so that was that fear of reparations, because they knew that there's some harm had been committed. So we had discussions about reparation, about forgiveness, about all of these things. And, it ran the gamut. Some folks didn't want to think about monetary reparations at all. They thought that being able to, like Denise said, being able to have a place to go where you're believed and validated was reparation enough to some people. Other people really wanted structural reparations, not necessarily individual monetary reparations, but structural for money to be used to develop more structures for healing. And so we didn't, and I'm sure the commission had their own conversations about reparations, and they didn't really put anything that specific in their 14 recommendations that they handed down. But the work that Wabanaki Reach does, really our restorative justice work started in the prisons in Maine. When the commission was gathering statements, we really wanted to make sure that our incarcerated relatives had an opportunity to share their story, because the child welfare system is a direct pipeline to the prisons. You know, the majority of people in the prison system have had experience in the child welfare system, and not as a staff person. So we got some money, the Truth Commission and Reach together got some grant money to go into the being so naive. I don't know if anybody here has any experience in the criminal justice system, but we didn't, and we were so naive. We thought we would go in there, and they helped the commission get these statements. It took us probably a year just to be able to get into one facility. And in the end, the commission ended up gathering, they did a focus group in the prison, and they gathered 2 statements from inmates. But the result was that now Reach ended up doing these peace and healing circles in the prisons with inmates, and all 5 prisons in Maine, with the male and female inmates. And that's really where our restorative justice work started. And our vision is to also, our vision is to keep working with the inmates and working with them as they leave these facilities for reentry, and working with them and helping their families, and them have these necessary conversations, them, talking about what they did, their families being able to talk to them about how what they did has impacted them, and they can talk about how they can repair that harm. Because when we send people to these prisons and they do their time, they serve another sentence when they get out, and that's when they come home, if they do. And I'll tell you, sitting in circle with inmates who have been in and out of the system since they were teenagers, and they're afraid to get out. They're afraid to go home. They're afraid to face people. They're afraid to face their children. So, our vision is to work with them and their families to help bring some healing there, and to educate our communities about restorative practices, which are more in line with our ways of knowing and being. And to get them to understand that what Denise was talking about, not only are Native men more likely to be assaulted by police, they're more likely to be arrested, they serve longer sentences, and they're really the target. And it's part of this prison industrial complex. And we get a lot of encouragement from the elders in our community who really are the ones who haven't forgot about these men and women who are in the prisons. So we want to prepare, educate our communities, and so that we can bring these restorative practices back. I mean, they're everything that we do, all of our ceremonies and our ways are restorative. It's all about recognizing that harm, but it's hard. It's hard to go through. It's easier to gossip and talk about each other than to sit in circle and really, be vulnerable with each other and admit what you've done wrong, and listen to people. Not only tell you that you've done something wrong, but also tell you what's good about you. I mean, it's restorative. It's not destructive. I don't know if I answered your question, but.
No, that was really helpful. Thank you so much. I think the council had a couple questions in chat. I did also want to ask you a few more questions for the council to kind of think about, depending on what your thoughts are. Whether given that you had an ICWA this council has been considering bringing youth in, and whether you had an element of that in the council. And then also just to think about, given that you did have a limited scope, but the testimony you heard from folks was pretty much all over the place. Did you include that in your findings in your report in your archives? And would it make sense to have a more open-ended question to folks, but like limited by time or whatever it is, that you could organize on the back end rather than kind of trying to put people in lanes of what they can and can't talk about? So that's a big question. We're going to keep you as long as we can keep you. Sorry.
Well, again, I wasn't on the commission, and a lot of that was their work, but I know, all right, I'm trying to remember I'm focused on the second part of your question and I'm forgetting the first, but when
the first part was a youth element.
Oh, a youth element. Okay. So yeah, youth element. I know, geez, I know that we, Wabanaki Reach we did some work with young people through Denise, because she has the Wabanaki youth program. And we did have young people, they were part of doing educating tribal communities about intergenerational trauma and the Truth Commission. As far as if any young people gave statements, I don't think so. I think they were all adults. So I don't think that that was they were really sought after, and we didn't focus on just youth providing statements. And then the second part of your question was around, how to ask the questions. So they, like I said, their mandate was to look at 1978 forward, and that's really what they based a lot of their recommendations on and a lot of their document research and things like that. But they allowed, stories about anything, and people talked about things that happened in the 20s. You had people who were taken into care in the 30s and 40s that were sharing their stories. You had people who were taken into care in the 90s. So I think when they would do the initial statement gathering, unless somebody had already, some folks would come out with a statement written and they would use it as the basis for what they wanted to talk about or bring their journal. Unless somebody had already a set story they wanted to share, the statement gatherers were trained to interview them and to elicit, they had some questions, and Rachel George had some research questions that they weren't, I don't think she was like going to ask those questions if somebody didn't have a story that they were sharing. It wasn't that rigid of a research project, but they did have some questions there to help guide what they wanted to find out and the information that they wanted to give, and to help prompt people into sharing stories. But I remember when I gave my statement, I needed some prompts. I needed somebody to get me started about, telling my story. And I would suggest that you don't limit it because people like Denise don't even realize that they have a story until they start sharing it. And if you allow people to just share those, I think those things start coming up.
And then, because I think that's kind of what this council has already been hearing, is kind of open-ended how we tell our stories. It doesn't always make sense, but when there was information about like something in the 1920s or something that was outside of the scope that this council was looking at, how was that information integrated, or was it just kept in?
I think in their report, let me see, I got it right here. They list in their citations, they list a lot of the documents that they researched and went through. And there's another shortcoming of the commission's report is that they had 14 recommendations and they did not point to the information that they based those recommendations on. So one of them was around 4E funding. for child welfare. And they said that there was these problems, but they're not telling us, there's no enough specifics to know what the problems are and what they're basing that on and who said that and where they're getting that information. So we don't know how to fix the problem because it wasn't very clearly identified. So that's a good tip. Make sure that you can point to the evidence that's supporting your recommendation, because it's easier for the people who are charged with implementing those recommendations.
Additional questions from the council?
Yeah, Christina, I have one. This is Chairman Neil Perone. I was looking at the study, and after all the hard work that everyone put into that and all the stories that we heard, and we can relate to a lot of those here with our own tribe, has there been an improvement with the state in regards to how ICWA is carried out, and has there been any type of educational process due to the high turnover that you guys were facing with social workers?
Yes. So in 1999, when the tribes and state first got together to develop this training for caseworkers, that's when the ICWA work group was formed. And that's really the group that created this Truth Commission. And one of the commission's recommendations was that that group be reinvigorated and that the state provide more resources towards that. And they have. I have the honor of being able to facilitate that group. I facilitated it since August of 2015. And there have been some of the things that have happened here in Maine don't happen in other places. And we have the advantage of being, pretty low population state. I mean, it's big geographically, but we don't have a lot of people. So there's only probably 3 degrees of separation between people here, which is an advantage with the state and the tribes sitting down together for this ICWA work group. So some of the things that we have done, 7 out of the 14 recommendations from the Truth Commission are really specifically related to child welfare. And this ICWA work group has been carrying those out. This work group has representatives from each of the tribal child welfare departments. It has representatives from the state child welfare department, their CQI person, continuous quality improvement person, and 2 people from the AAG's office, and then 2 more from the Maine court. So we have co-case management. That is something that I don't know happens in a lot of other places, but the tribes are considered co-case managers for all of these cases. They're not considered a special services or anything like that. The policy, the child welfare policy for the state was written by this group. We've also created case review tools, and on 2 occasions have jointly reviewed all the ICWA cases and looked for evidence of implicit bias and things like that. The training or the education that caseworkers were provided when we first started, it was a half-hour long. They were given a copy of the law, and an attorney came in and talked to them for a half hour. Now we have their attention for 3.5 hours. And we focus a lot of our education on history. We outline why the Indian Child Welfare Act was a necessary piece of legislation. We outline why it is the gold standard in child welfare. The director of child welfare here in the state she has a goal of getting all of her having active efforts, which is a standard of Indian Child Welfare Act, to have that for all of her child welfare cases. So to aspire to use an ICWA as the standard for their child welfare practice. So there are a lot of things that happen here that are good. There's still work to do. One of the findings that the commission came down with was that Native children were not being identified here in the system. So that's one thing we've worked on, is trying to get early identification, trying to and educate not only state workers, but all of these outside agencies that interact in a child welfare case, for them to keep asking the questions about tribal connection. We're very aware of the attacks on ICWA right now, the en banc hearing that is happening, and working with our AAG's office, really being proactive about making sure that there's no racialized language used, that we really support tribal sovereignty by talking about citizenship instead of racial connection, because that was one of the points that the ICWA was ruled unconstitutional on. So a lot of things happening here. Still more work to do for sure.
Thank you.
You have a question in the chat from Vice Chairman Myers, and then it looks like Chairwoman Elliott Santos would like to ask a question too. And in the chat it says, has there been discussion to continue the commission and maybe even reinvigorate it to look at other areas?
Well, so it's funny you asked. Wabanaki Reach is just decided. I don't know if you folks are familiar with the Maine Indian Claims Settlement Act. The land claim settlement of 1980 has been quite an experience. Last year, the state legislature, or this past year, we're still in 2020, the legislature reached out to the tribes and they worked together and came up with changes to the Settlement Act and the Maine Implementing Act that they agreed on. And then COVID happened and it's still in the legislature. So Wabanaki Reach, it's not going to be a truth commission, but we are embarking on another truth-telling initiative around this Claim Settlement Act, because the legislative process has left out the truth-telling, really a large part of the truth-telling. And it's been 40 years that we've had the Claim Settlement Act, and so it's in people's recent memory. There are so many stories that need to be told on both sides. It was such a horrible time. There was such an effort to divide people. There was an effort to make white people afraid of Native people, and it was very blatant. There were billboards that were out saying, the Indians are coming to take your land. And so there's a lot of healing that needs to happen on both sides, especially if we're going to be, we're constantly focused on what we're doing now and the history that we're writing for our grandchildren. And we want it to be, a more true history, a more true accounting, and more opportunity for people to share their own truth and get to that healing. So that's our new initiative, and it's going to look a lot different. It's going to be more like a oral history storytelling project, and really relying on the power of storytelling, which is universal to all humans.
Thank you. And then Chairwoman Elliott Santos.
I really wanted to go back to something that Denise said about support when these things come out. And here in California, if you go to the Indian health meetings, you know that we're historically underfunded here. We're bound by all the Western medicine attachments that are in our clinics, and they're never focused on the cultural aspect or that support that you're talking about. And so I don't know how our state legislature or how we can change these things, or how we can look for funding so that there is support, because that's my biggest worry is as we start all of this healing, the support is not going to be there for our people. And also there's a lack of trust. I think that we haven't talked about the idea of whether you're going to an Indian health clinic or a different clinic, you're really asking people to let go of that stigma. Is the first time that I say something's wrong with me or I don't feel good, then they're going to rush in and take my kids. And so even when we sit on our healthcare boards and we tell the people, no, come in, it's our clinic, but it's still that same, I don't even know how to phrase it. It's still the same old thing to them. I'm going to go see someone who's probably not a Native person and probably does not understand anything about me. And I'm going to tell them all these things that I need help with. And then it's going to end badly for me. So I think part of what we need to do here in this commission is promote that trust, but there has to be some changes in those clinic settings. We had a presentation one day where they talked about fetal alcohol syndrome and its causes, and they gave this great presentation, but nobody followed up on, if you're telling people that they have that and then you're not supporting them afterwards, that brings out a lot of feelings of how they feel about their parents, how they feel about themselves. And they don't have a trust even in our own clinics. And that's because those clinics and those things are not always built on the foundation of our culture. And so I feel like what Denise said to us was about having that support. It goes along with trust also. And how do we do that? How do we start this and make sure that the support is going to be there?
One thing that we had lots of conversations about this, and really trying to undo the colonial mindset about help. So to get people to remember that before we had professional helpers, before we had people who went to school to learn how to be helpers, we helped each other. And to help, get people to remember those ways that we helped each other. My mom told me that when she was a girl, they used to sit, the elders would sit around after dinner, everything was dark, they'd light the kerosene light, and they would sit around the porch, and they would really, it was like a therapy session. They would talk, they would visit with each other, and they would talk, and they would just get it all out. Those ways we still have, and they haven't been destroyed. They're still here. And so just really to get people to remember that their own agency, they have agency to help each other. You don't need to be a psychologist to sit with somebody when they're in pain and when they're grieving. So a lot of that was teaching self-healing, self-soothing skills. We worked with some of the professionals in our health clinics were doing some of these things like finger holds and tapping and, Reiki movements and drumming and these things that help us, that are not about labeling people and giving them medication necessarily. So just really empowering people to step up and be able to be that support for each other. And so we're not just relying on this department of people who are paid to help. Sort of just same thing with child welfare, trying to move the responsibility of protecting our children back into the middle of our communities and our culture where it's supposed to be, and not over here in this little department of 3 or 4 people that we can then dump on when things don't go the way we want. It's such a setup. And then we can sit back and fold our arms and judge them and judge those families when we're not doing anything to help. So it's kind of, and in the beginning, there was a little bit of fear, I think, from our mental health professionals that we were trying to say that they had no place, but we weren't. We were saying we all have a responsibility. They have a part to play, but we all do. And, when somebody is really in grief and they're in distress and having a hard time, we don't always have to call 911. We can sit with them. It's hard because it means that we have to not have our own stuff triggered and all of that, but we're capable of doing it for each other. So
Additional comments, questions from the council? And that piece is something we'll talk about in the next agenda item, because we do have a budget for culturally informed wellness services that we'd like to get in place before we kind of open up everything. But we'll talk about that a bit more in the next bit.
I had a question too that I did write on the screen about did you get statements from foster care workers or adoption parents about the hardships of the children they raised? Just getting an insight to, helping other good-hearted people who want to do this work to give the children that what they're kind of missing in going into another value system totally. And then the second part of that is how and when does the restorative process start, and what responsibility does the state take?
So of the 60 statements that were non-Wabanaki people, I think there were some foster parents in there. And like I said, I don't know how easy it would be to locate them because they don't have a good cataloging system. And as far as the state being involved in restorative process, that really happens at the ICWA work group level, I think, around child welfare. And in other areas of tribal state relations, I think it's happening in incremental steps. Maine has done things like have changed Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day, and they have banned all Native likenesses and sports team mascots, and they banned the word squaw several years ago. And some folks, Native folks, think that those are really monumental steps, and then there are other Native folks that think that that's just to keep us happy, and that we want more structural changes. I'll admit I'm one of those. Want more structural changes, like this LD 2094, these changes to the Maine Implementing Act and the Maine Settlement Act. If the governor signs those, that would really show that they want some substantial change. But from the signing of the Settlement Act or from the beginning of Maine being a state 200 years to now, that this is the kind of relationship that they're happy with.
Also, you mentioned the ICWA. This is based around the ICWA, the law of ICWA. But also I was wondering, like in California, ICWA doesn't really cover all of the California tribes. Like my tribe is not covered under ICWA. In fact, other tribes can use ICWA against us in reality. So I was wondering if you had any of those issues that you dealt with.
No, we don't have any state recognized tribes here. The biggest issue that we have is if we have First Nations children, Mi'kmaq or Maliseet children from Canada, that because we don't recognize the border, those are our relatives. But if they're not members of the federally recognized tribes in the state, then ICWA doesn't apply to them. That's the biggest issue that we deal with here.
Yeah.
So there is another question in the chat. I also wanted to make a statement, just my personal feeling, that I think that it doesn't have to be an either or. And I think that we as Native people always think about it as either or, but we can change names and we can put dams away and we can make all of the structural things. And I think it's up to us to hold people accountable to doing all of it because it's all destructive. But that's just a plug from me. We have, and I guess that's in my not state capacity, so sorry state. But recommendations, do you have any recommendations on how to link the findings of this council to implementing actual change?
First of all, I think the hardest thing is to get people to believe that you're going to do anything about it. Like the biggest thing is, oh, that's just going to sit on the shelf and nobody's going to be a report. All they like a report, it's just words. So really convincing people and to keep convincing yourself that you're going to really work to implement these recommendations.
Not to interrupt, but sorry to interrupt. Was there anything you did along the way to build that faith, like actions you took while the council was ongoing, or that the council took, or that the state was ongoing?
Well, so the commission, when they were short term, they did their work 27 months, and they're no longer. They disbanded. And so Maine Wabanaki Reach, we have taken, we're an organization now. I guess it just takes time to build trust, to keep letting people know what we're doing to implement these recommendations, always letting, talking about the ICWA work group, because there's 7 of the 14 recommendations that are really under their purview, and just always showing this is what we're doing. The 7 that aren't under the ICWA work group are things that are, harder. Like number 1 recommendation, the state needs to recognize, respect tribal sovereignty. I mean, that's not like there's not a real good checklist for how to get that done. And that's the long haul. That's the reconciliation. That's the things that are going to take, years for us to just keep building on. And we make incremental steps as we go along. So just really, if it wasn't for Wabanaki Reach, if it wasn't for us becoming, staying together and really becoming a solid organization, and, we have bylaws and everything, we're all official now, though it would have just sat on a shelf. Nobody would have paid attention to it, but we keep bringing it up and we keep bringing it back. And now that, it has been, we've gotten some attention. We get more attention from like you all and people everywhere else than in the state here, but people like with this process for the Claim Settlement Act, there was mention of, what about this process that they went through with the Truth Commission and child welfare? Shouldn't we be doing more of that? So it just takes time, and it's going to take some money. Like I said, if it wasn't for Reach, we are largely volunteers. We have a very small staff, and it's mostly, I would say probably 80% of our, it's all volunteers that are really highly dedicated. And if it wasn't for us, we wouldn't have, these recommendations wouldn't be followed. So to think in the future of how it's really good for you to be thinking about that. How are you going to sustain that? And what structures you're going to set up to make sure that happens? Because if, you can have the best law and the best policy, but if there's nothing to back it up, no funds or structure to back it up, it's not going to be worth anything.
Any final questions for Esther? I want to be mindful of the fact that it's probably already dark where you are.
Yeah.
Okay, I think with that, we may invite you back, you and your team and some of the commissioners, just because it seems like you have a lot of really good lessons learned and knowledge to share, just even about setting up processes and even making this into something that's effective.
It would be good for you to hear from my white colleagues too. They really have a lot to share about what they've gone through and what this has been for them.
That'd be great. So we really appreciate your time, and we'll probably send some follow-up questions from the council your way, and probably expect an invite to a future meeting as well.
All right. Well, thank you
so much.
Take care, everyone.
Okay. So I hope that was helpful for this council, and we are just kind of skimming the surface. So if there are follow-ups and there's anything that you would like to know, please feel free to send us that. And then we can facilitate kind of a big information gathering type of effort. If there's anything that didn't get answered today or that you're thinking about over the next few weeks. I did want to mention, we did get notice, and I'll send this out to the council and then also our listserv, that there is a webinar on the 10th. So about a week from now, at 1 Pacific, for about 2 hours. And they're going to talk about truth and reconciliation processes in the US, featuring speakers from Greensboro, the Maine Commission, Telling Project, and the North Carolina Commission of Inquiry on Torture. So if anybody's interested in kind of getting more information and looking at some of those, we'll send you that notice after this meeting.
Dana, did you say it was on the 10th?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's from 4 to 5:45 Eastern, so 1 to 2:45 Pacific. It's a Zoom webinar, and it's being hosted by the Mary Hoke Center for Reconciliation and the Jiminy and Rosalind Carter School for Peace and Conflict Resolution at George Mason. So
Okay.
We'll send that out.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good stuff.
So we have a couple of just business items that I want to get to. I do want to recommend that we take this one item of issues to be examined and approach to work and move that to a January special meeting with everybody.
Can you say more about what that is?
We were going to ask about questions about what issue areas the council should look at. How should geographical differences of experience be count? How should the work be done? And what is the time frame the council should look at? I feel like that's a bigger conversation that should take more time and thought by the council, and maybe get some feedback from the community before. So we can put that question actually out to the community, if that makes sense, and then have that information ready for you for January. Does that sound okay?
It sounds like a practical approach to a potentially huge problem. So, and I say that because after listening to the presenters today, you know, I'm all about scope and trying to, you know, box things in. And, you know, it's in our charter already that our draft charter that we've got, we're going to be looking at issues of Native individuals as well as tribes. And, you know, some degree they might be the same. And then, of course, there's going to be big differences. And the types of testimonials we receive is going to be different as well, coming from individuals within our community as well as from tribes. And just on sheer numbers, that's going to take some time. So I think on the front end, the better we can exercise due diligence in setting up a structured way to do this, the better the you know, the questions we ask will dictate, for instance, what we receive and the quality of what we receive. So, you know, let's be deliberate about how we collect this information. So a special meeting does seem warranted for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other thoughts on that? And if it's helpful, what I can do is put together some draft questions that I can circulate for this. And if there's other things that would be helpful for you to know before going into that meeting, then we can finesse that a bit and then try to get that out for public feedback in the next 2 weeks. Which, you know, we have the holidays, so it may actually run up against the next regular meeting, but at least in the special meeting, you can have more of a listening session. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of nodding. I'm going to take that as a we'll do that, and this will be tabled. Okay, so then the next item was going to be the draft charter. And so if everyone is okay with the charter they reviewed, then I would, you know, request that this be put to a vote. We a quorum here for voting purposes, and if there is a motion and a second, we can go ahead and put that to a vote.
I would move to approve.
And I'll second.
So that was motion by Chairman Khan, second by Councilwoman Harper. Is there panel discussion?
Yeah, hi, this is Kusla. So I think, I can't remember exactly which part of the charter this appears in, but one of the things that's as of yet confusing for me is who sets the agenda. How does how do the meetings then run, right? Because I was thinking about bylaws, right? And so if we obviously need, I mean, I think we need bylaws, right? At least I haven't yet worked in a situation without them, at least not effectively. And I ask that because I'm still at a bit of a loss for how we're proceeding. And so I'm glad we're going to have a business meeting in January. I'm really looking forward to that. But there's still, you know, I'm almost uncomfortable adopting a charter before we've actually talked about what the structure is going to look like moving forward, if that makes sense.
And so if I can be helpful on that question, there is a section that says that you will adopt whatever you need to adopt to move forward, and I can pull that up so that you're not, you're basically have the flexibility on how you want to conduct your business. But let me, that you will adopt your own rules of procedure, and that's kind of open-ended. And so even if this is adopted, there's nothing in it that preempts you from adopting as many bylaws, rules of order, all of that you'd like to do.
And is there a place for, I know Chairman Maccaro in the last, yesterday had mentioned asking about the Brown Act. Are there particular state guidelines that we need to make sure are in the charter that govern the bylaws?
The applicability of the state's public meeting law is fudgy. And so we left it out to provide some flexibility in the event that there might be times when you don't want to have everything kind of publicly recorded and open, especially given the purview of this council. But again, everything that has been done, since the convening of this council, and everything that is contemplated at this time is being done in accordance with those public meeting laws without it being explicit in the charter. So it's legal ambiguity until it gets resolved.
So part of the reason I asked that is because what if I want to send emails, right? Like I don't know right now how to even contact the other folks on the council. And if next time I don't see anybody until January, right? Like it seems like we have a lot of business to get done, and winter break's my only break.
Yeah. And so I hesitate to say that these laws don't apply, because the minute I say that, someone will email us telling us that they do apply, and then they definitely apply. And so I would say in terms of communicating with the council, I would recommend doing it in an open and transparent way until, we kind of figure out how you're going to structure things. So if we need to have more meetings, I would say, let's do that. I did want to ask this council, and I know we're in an open motion, so it's probably outside. If you're okay with sharing each other's contact information, you cannot, though, talk about this council specifically, because that would be a violation of Bagley Keene if it did apply. So that's kind of the long and complicated answer that I would say. If you need to do more business, so we should just consecutive special meetings until everything is kind of sorted out.
One question I didn't see either. Where in the charter are the issues of disenrollment and unrecognized that will be addressed in this commission or this council?
So disenrollment is not under the purview of the state, and I don't think we feel comfortable of that being something that is formally undertaken by this council in the charter, at least, and the issue areas are all deferred to this council to determine. With the issue of non-federally recognized tribes, there is some of a state role in that, but I think, again, my view, and I think our view in drafting that charter, was to keep it as broad as possible, and then this council, based on consultation and feedback, can determine whether those things are things to actually incorporate into its work, or things that will be part of the work as a whole, without dictating what the council does at the outset.
Yeah.
I think that disenrollment is important from the standpoint of psychologically, it's a symptom of our people over generations of abuse and trauma taking on and exhibiting aspects of internalized oppression. So we can't really take it out against the probation officer or the social worker or the police, because we'll end up going to jail or being incarcerated for years. And so we'll take it out on each other sometimes. Not that that's an excuse. There's no justification for that, but so it factors in somewhere, but it does seem like it's a little bit outside of the thrust of, or the direction of our council.
Thank you, council member. And I think just from my recommendation is that you keep this charter cleaner, and then the issue areas you can determine based on community input later. But you're not foreclosed from looking at those things. I just think at the outset, that's a heavier discussion, and also could potentially set up a structure that's already cross-traumatizing, rather than something that is considering those things, but not as the major focus, as a focus, but not major focus.
Yeah, I think the healing of these things, because one, with the California claims case, all of us paid for all of the lands that are now federally recognized, while we are not. And so this bases the stem of the discrimination for lots of California Indians within the state that doesn't really fall into this task of providing direction for healing. And we're not even accepting the truth of how the tribes got to be federally recognized here in the first place, and put above and put others at a disadvantage and a discriminatory position, that this state really needs to look at, how are we going to deal with that? How's that going to help the tribes here heal when we don't all have access to the same services or the same money sources that other tribes do because we paid for the land that they're on? But that's the truth.
Thank you, Chief Sisk. And again, I think that is something that this council could consider in future and advise against incorporating that into the charter document. Open to more, we're still in council discussion if folks have further discussion on the charter itself.
And I'll just state on record that Chief Sisk, I agree and support you in that, and you would love to work when we start forming subcommittees, would love to, establish a subcommittee on that issue. And, also I think the one on youth that we had referenced before, I think those are good starting plates, for our subcommittees.
Additional council comments? Hearing none. Do we have any public comment, James, on this specific item?
I can't tell you if it's on this specific item, but there are 2 hands raised currently.
Okay, well, we can unmute them to be specific to this motion. So if folks who have hand raised don't have comments specific to the motion, which is just the adoption of the charter, please unraise your hand because we'll get to public comments in just a few minutes. But if your hand is still raised at this time, we can hear the public comment on the specific open motion.
Hands are still raised. I can allow Mara Sullivan to talk. Mara?
Haku Mepchumawish, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to echo, I'm from coastal band of the Chumash Nation. I'm a Chumash tribal member, and I'm also uncomfortable with the passage of the charter at this time without further outreach to communities and further consideration. So I'd like to just lodge that comment at this time.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have another public comment?
Antoinette Cordero. Antoinette, you should be able to unmute yourself. Antoinette's not unmuting themselves, so I've asked them to unmute twice.
Okay.
There we go. Okay, sorry. I finally got it.
No worries.
No? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So I do have comments on this item, and I am Antoinette Cordero, also a member of the coastal band of the Chumash Nation. My ancestral village is Siuktun in what is now known as Santa Barbara, and I currently reside in Santa Barbara and Calabasas, which is also within traditional Chumash homelands. So I'm going to ask you to consider doing something that is admittedly may be difficult, and that is to reconsider the process by which appointments are made to the council. And that is not a reflection at all on any of the individuals who were appointed. I think you all seem to be great. But you heard yesterday that there was a suggestion before the council was formed that it be structured in a more United Nations type format, allowing every tribe on the list maintained by the Native American Heritage Commission to be a member. Actually, that sounded like a good idea to me, but it was rejected as unworkable, apparently because it was believed that such a large body would not be able to function effectively. So I'm not, although I don't necessarily agree with that, I'm not going to re-propose that. What I am proposing is a sort of hybrid. And what I would ask you to consider is that the appointed members, whatever number you decide is appropriate, and I'll get to that later, be chosen by the tribal nations within each region, so that although every tribe that would not necessarily have a representative on the council, every nation on the NAHC list would have the opportunity to participate in selecting who the representatives are. I would also ask you to reconsider the number of regions and or the number of representatives from each region. These regions are quite large and lump together tribal nations with very different histories, experiences, concerns, and interests. So if you are not willing to reopen the appointed seats that you already fill to this more inclusive selection process, I would ask that you consider using this process or something very similar to fill any additional seats to the council made in reflecting on how representative these regions are. And at the very least, to use some process like this in selecting non-voting members. And then finally, I just want to remind you, which you seem to really already be aware, that you get to determine what this charter says before you adopt it. So for example, you can decide whether you want to keep that 2/3 majority requirement for modifications. And I would recommend that you actually not do that, because this council is brand new. And I think it may be best for you to allow yourself some more flexibility to make changes as you learn more about what works and what is needed. And so for that reason, I would recommend that you require, at least for now, a simple majority to make amendments to the charter. So you've already raised some issues that you think maybe should or should not be in there. And at some point, you may find that the charter is working well for you. At that time, you could always change the requirement back to 2/3. But for now, I'd suggest you keep more flexibility. And then finally, I just want to support the proposal that the charter not be amended, not be adopted at this meeting, but maybe at the subsequent meeting where there's more opportunity for input.
Thank you for your comment. So I would like to remind the council that the charter has been published since September in draft form and made available. And we have not received any of these comments until today. But again, it's up to you what you want to do. You're in charge. And if there's additional panel discussion before we put it to a vote, we're happy to keep having discussion on these items.
Isaac.
I was just looking for it real quick in the charter, Christina, and maybe you could point us into it based off of that last question or statement that came in from the public. I thought in the charter, we had the discretion already to add additional voting members or non-voting members and through the subcommittees. And I was just looking to, I guess, see it here, on paper. But I remember coming across that, and I was just looking for it. If you could point me in the right direction. I just wanted to make sure that we had that ability already within this charter, or draft charter, I should say.
Yeah, let me take a look. Okay. So if you want to appoint more voting members, it will have to, the process itself is actually not in the charter. It's just the numbers. Under the executive order, I'm in charge of appointing members, but the process itself is not within the charter. So the numbers and the makeup are likely what is being discussed. And that is in Article 3. And then the council itself can add non-voting wherever it wants to and is not limited by number or by anything. And that is in, sorry. Article 7 of Chapter 2.
Vice Chair Myers.
I just had one comment if we're done with that one. To the rest of the panel and to those listening, I think what I would suggest that we move forward with adopting the charter as is now. I think it's fairly straightforward, and I think it's streamlined enough. I would say most of the discussion I think I'm hearing on this end could actually be resolved in us putting together a subcommittee to look at bylaws. I think that's something that we're going to have to do pretty quickly, is to get together and start figuring out the bylaws so we can have a system to oversee the committees. I see this being a panel that's going to have probably 5 or 6 different subcommittees. That's going to be much more inclusive from different folks to help guide us. It wouldn't want to think that we could figure out how we're going to be inclusive now with just the 12 of us, but possibly that could be one of the first committees we can create, is to look at whether this 12-member board is appropriate or whether we should change it, and go out for discussion on it. But just to kind of push the idea that we want to do some work in it. We don't necessarily want to be a committee or a council that gets too bogged down in the admin of being a council, right? Because that can very easily happen. But that if we're able to move past this first kind of hurdle of let's get the buyout, let's get the charter formed, let's start breaking up and doing some work. One of the first things we should probably do is look at a bylaw subcommittee, an inclusion committee, and then talk about some of the stuff that Chief Fisk was talking about. Is, well, are there, should we have a subcommittee just to talk about enrollment and how we view tribes? Or so that's my suggestion for today.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. And I would also like to put to the council that, again, under the executive order, you're charged with receiving and not necessarily being the voice for all communities. And so I think it makes sense for Vice Chairman, his suggestion to think about what that looks like and how to include, which does not preclude something like a UN type of thing. So just putting that out there. Further panel or council. If there is no further council discussion, then I will put it to a roll call vote. And we'll go in order of the regions. So for Central, Chairman Khan.
Yes.
Kusla Kessler-Mata.
Yes.
Chairman Macaro.
Yes.
Eastern Region, Anthony Burris.
Yes.
Chairman Perone.
Yes.
Chief Sisk.
Yes.
Northern Region, Chairman Bajorquez.
Yes.
Councilmember Harper.
Yes.
Vice Chairman Myers. For Southern Region, Chairwoman Angela Elliott Santos.
Yes.
And Robert Phelps,
Yes.
who is voting for this item. Great. So motion carries unanimously with the voting members present. So the draft charter is adopted. If you have items that you'd like to adjust, you can do so in the January business meeting. And I would just say come ready and let us know ahead of time so that we can prepare for that. And if thinking about bylaws is something you'd like to do then too, we can do that as well. The other business I wanted to chat about real quick before we open up for general public comment is, so we talked about a special meeting, and I would recommend doing that after the MLK holiday, just given that we're about to hit a big holiday season, and then everything is kind of weird in early January, and then MLK happens, and then people seem to think that the year has officially started. So that's kind of why I'm recommending that timing. And it's also enough time ahead of the second meeting that you could potentially meet another time before then. But it also gives enough time if we need to collect some input on things. So I am thinking that's good. I'm going to go ahead and do that, and we can look at availability. But generally, it seems like most folks tend to be more available on Fridays. Is that correct? Just based on council meetings and things. And we would do kind of a full day. So the 2 hours in the morning and 2 hours in the afternoon. But we'll send out some availability just to make sure. Okay. The two other items I wanted to discuss real quick are, it sounds like everybody is in alignment about creating a youth council. And I don't know whether that is something that you want to do now or whether you'd like to wait until January and put out for consultation about what that should look like. But up to you on how you want to proceed on that. If no one has thoughts at this time, oh, go ahead. Chairman Maccaro has unmuted and Vice Chairman Myers has raised their hand. So, okay, Vice Chairman Myers.
I just wanted to, now that we have a charter, our regions, we can go out and start discussing this with our communities, correct? And would suggest we wait until January to make the decision as far as, you know, additional councils or committees. But I did have the question, making sure that we're good to start hosting our own individual meetings within our regions.
Yes, please do. My only caveat is with Bagley-Keene considerations, just don't join together to do that. But if you host your own meetings, listening sessions, please bring that back and share it with this council. You're good to go. So the second item, because it sounds like that should be something under consideration, is the wellness practitioner. And this could be something you think about in January. It may be something we should put out to consultation so that you have more information in front of you. It looks like you're nodding. Okay, so I'm going to put these questions out to the community if that's okay. And for
Christina, I just that's an issue. That's an area that I am not so informed on. But hearing the discussion to this point from today's session, it's clear that there's a range of options. As Chairwoman Angela Elliott Santos referred to, you know, we have the resources at our tribal clinics throughout the state. That's one thing. I am just generally aware, not specifically, that there are some Native practitioners from time to time that come into the loop, but I don't know exactly what that is or how that's sustained. So I don't know what the bench looks like or the range of options. So I think it would be good for, at least for my purposes, to be much more informed before we proceed. So soliciting for that information would be great.
You're muted.
It's that time of the week. Thank you so much. So what I will do is put it alongside the solicitation for issues to be examined for feedback, and just put out the question to the community, and then we'll run it by all of you in case you have other thoughts about what should be added. And really, it's some of the questions that are in that you've been prepared for, like, should it be one person so that it's the same person that's facilitating the entire thing? Should it be one organization, or should there be, you know, different things based on different regions? So we'll put that out so that's available for you when you have your business meeting in January, if that works. Okay, everybody's nodding. Okay, any final thoughts from the council before we open up for public comment?
Yeah, if we have agenda items that we want to send for January's meeting, do we send those items to you, or how does that, what does that process look like?
If you could send them to the info.tribalaffairs at gov.ca.gov and just flag that it's a council member agenda item in the subject line, just because that'll be the easiest way. My emails get lost in the, you know, being live on camera is a hard thing to do when tracking emails. So if you put it through the info, you can also CC me just so I see it. And then that way we'll know. And so if there are things that you're thinking right now, it's not time limited, except that the agenda 10 days in advance. So I'd say you would get it to us before January 8th, then we can do that. Chairman Maccaro, did you have?
Just the date of the January meeting? Is that January 8th?
No.
Okay.
The date of MLK is the 20th. And so you may have a little bit more room. So it'll be after the 20th.
Okay. Thank you.
And if you actually want to secure a time or a day now, we can actually do that if you are all ready. But we would be looking at basically the 22nd or the 29th.
I was just sending you an email right now, actually. For me personally, I'm taking my QEs the week of the 25th to the 29th on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday from 1 to 4. They're the written exams for my PhD.
Oh.
So like Friday the 29th is probably pretty much out for me. Not that people couldn't have a meeting without me, but I'm just letting you
Could folks do the first week of February? The 5th?
And then my oral exams on the 5th. All my PhD stuff's happening right then. I'm the 22nd's after the MLK holiday though, and that's open for me.
I think the 22nd works. It's a little early to tell, but I'm sure there'll be other conflicts. But right now, that's a good date, the 22nd.
22nd is a good day for me too.
Perfect. Well, then I would say block out the full day for the 22nd at this time on your calendar, and then we'll play it by ear. You know, I know everyone says 2020 is almost over, but this is going to be extended 2020 for a while. So it's still that. Sorry to break it to you, but we'll play it by ear, and then we'll see where things are at. And if folks start having conflicts, just let me know through the info, and then also CC me at my direct email. And then, you know, we can figure something out. But so the 8th date is just, you know, giving it some time for the agenda to be posted per Bagley-Kane requirements. Additional, and we'll send you out a calendar hold as well. Additional comments, questions, concerns from the council? Okay, hearing none, then we will open up to public comment. And we will end at 3. So I ask that folks that are commenting at this time limit their comments so that people can get their comments in. I do want to emphasize that this initial meeting was mostly to get a lot of business out of the way and front load a lot of things, but that the whole idea for this council is a lot of community feedback. And so please do not view this 30-minute, 24-minute public comment period as it for your engagement. But again, please be respectful of the other folks that want to give public comment at this time.
And just a reminder, there is the raise your hand function in Zoom, and if you are calling in on the phone, please press #2. The first person that has their hand raised is Mariza Sullivan again, so I'll allow you to talk. You should be able to unmute yourself. You're unmuted. Mariza Sullivan. She's unmuted, but we can't hear her currently. We want to move on to the next person and return to her. Okay.
And can they also make comments in chat?
We do have chat turned off. I can change that so they could chat to panelists
Hello?
only.
Hello,
there
this
you-
is Marisa Sullivan.
Yeah, there you go. You're
Thank
unmuted
you.
now.
Thank you very much. My name is Marisa Sullivan. I am the tribal chair for the Coastal Band of the Chumash Nation. Haku, everybody. I just would like to say that I represent well over 2,000 people who are enrolled in my band. We are a good part of the coast of California, including the Channel Islands area. Those were our ancestral lands, unceded as is being used that word these days. I just want to make it really quick. I would like to just lend support to and just echo what was said by members Mora and Tony Cordero earlier regarding the adopting of the charter, which you just did a few minutes ago. And I would just hope that you are thinking about what you can do as board members to make this be something that might be more pliable and address just having more of a voice of other Native people here in California. So I guess that's just all I want to say is I hope that you keep in mind that this is something that's organic still and that you're able to do with within your own what as members of the council. I like the things that were said yesterday by Chairman Maccaro, that I think he had said that he was wondering why there weren't more people as part of this Zoom conversation. And I also would like to say I liked what the chief had mentioned, the chairwoman, that California should not have unrecognized tribes, and that is what Coastal Band is. We are what is known as an unrecognized tribe, non-federally recognized here in California, and that's always been such a harsh term. That is what it is. So anyways, I'm going to just leave you with that. I hope that we have some good conversations and we're able to work through things as we go forward. And thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Mara, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Haku Mapchumalish. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I see some nods. Yeah, I just want to take this time to address this newly formed committee. Want to ask for, prayers and strength for all of you, because this is going to be really hard. And so I just want to acknowledge that, to retain our humanity at the center of this. Because so far, this process has been very dehumanizing for me and for my community. So I just want to make sure to ask for that strength for myself as well as we move forward in this. Really grateful for the panel of experts across Indigenous country that you formed this morning to shed light on some of the larger issues. I'm still worried that we aren't exactly focusing on our story as Native people. I know that's coming, but I just want to make sure that as California Indigenous people, we center our values, and those are very, very different across what we now call California. I think my main contention today I wanted to bring to the committee's attention was the unavailability of the last public comment that I was part of. So there were recordings made of the meetings. This was in October. And so a public comment that I made, as well as other community members made, is not available right now online. So I'm worried about that. That doesn't bode well for me. Someone talked about mistrust of state processes. So I'd like, not only for that to be addressed, either today or at another time, but that doesn't happen moving forward, because as Indigenous peoples, we were using that public comment period to talk about our stories and our feelings. And I feel like that isn't being represented right now in the public comment, where other people can access that, and we can continue to build strength and coalition around this process. So that's one contention I have with the process thus far. And so I think I'll just leave it at that for now. And I hope Christina or another committee member can address that. And also, Christina, you know, I make special prayers for you as well, because this is a big job for you. And I'm glad we have a lot of people here, a lot of elders to help us all through this. So thank you, everyone.
And next speaker, Stephanie Weldon. You should be able to mute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm Stephanie Weldon. I'm a member of the Yurok tribe. I'm also Taloa as well. So I'm just calling just to give comments that I'm very hopeful and excited about this Truth and Healing Council and all of the members that have been appointed. I just wanted to share some thinking, and in addition to the support, I really support the idea of a youth council. So I think that's a really good opportunity to engage our youth across the state. I know that can look in very different shapes and formats and can be a little complicated. I'd also like to encourage, as issues become identified, to explore and subgroups start forming, that perhaps some consideration of subject matter experts, particularly those of our community members who have been experienced trauma the most, who are system users of many of our different systems, be able to share some of their struggles or be identified because of the historical trauma and how that impacts our people today and how they continually interact with a lot of our systems and are overrepresented in the state system. So just hoping there can be some thought around how to incorporate their voice at some point or experiences to inform in order to move forward with healing. Thank you.
Siobhan Egan. Oops, I skipped Siobhan. Ansu John, I'm sorry. We'll come back. Ansu, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I'm so excited to have been able to listen to this process. And to all of you, I really extend the previous commenter's opinion about keeping humanity and compassion and empathy at the heart of this process, even though this is a state commission with its sort of protocols and requirements. And as well, I sincerely hope that you keep the concept of healing and truth extended to the non-human beings in California who have no voice in this table, and that the ultimate healing is reconciliation with the land. And if that can play a sort of central role in your thoughts, that would be great. And Christina, I appreciate your leadership on this. And if it's possible for you to send out the Zoom link for the event that you mentioned that was happening at George Mason University's Conflict Resolution Institute to some of the participants who are listening, as well as the council members, that would be great. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
All right, Siobhan, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Niu Yang, my name is Siobhan. My family is from the Hashimin Nation. I'm also a student reporter at San Francisco State. I just had, I also had a comment about the October 14th meeting. The public comment was not posted online available. or maybe it was not recorded. And if it was not recorded, I would just like to have a statement as to why or why it is not available, just as a matter of transparency, both as a member of the public, press, and as a young Native person. And then I also had a question about the San Francisco Bee published in September 2019 that a representative from the forum with Newsom said that they did not want to put the cart before the horse in saying whether non-federally recognized members would be part of the discussion. And I was just wondering, or would hope to see a statement on the context of that quote, given just the animal euphemism of that quote, to put the cart before the horse, and also, you know, the meaning of that euphemism, meaning that something is being done out of incorrect order, and just with respect to non-federally recognized tribes, what that quote meant or was supposed to mean to members of those non-federally recognized tribes. Thank you.
And the next speaker is Thomas Leon Brown. Thomas, you should be able to mute yourself now.
Oh, good afternoon. My name is Thomas Leon Brown. I'm a member of the Ilem Pomo tribe, Northern California. I am presently a cultural specialist for the Lake County Behavioral Health, first kind ever in the state of California, where we have our own Native American Center under the umbrella of mental health services. I provide here and hope that I could be of support to this group. That I provide blessings for homes, for people, do Native American blessings, weddings. I do a lot of blessing songs and take patients in by using our songs and our ceremonies to heal them. And I'm able to be available to you, any of you, anytime that you need. And I will be praying for you each and every day for strength and healing as you go forward. Oh.
And that's currently the last hand raised. Nope, somebody just raised their hand. Dean, you should be able to mute yourself.
Opuntoas Aniko said, hello, relatives. My name is Dean Hoagland, and I'm a direct descendant of the Hukukio band of Coast Miwok Indians from Marin County and the Habema Pomo of Big Valley Rancheria. And I just want to thank this council, this commission for your intentions for the work. And, just want to, offer prayers, for Creator to bless each one of you, to guide you, give you that strength, that insight. And, it's good to see, a couple of my friends here as part of this council, and, I am a part of a newly formed tribal council. We are the Coast Miwok Tribal Council Marin. We are not a federally recognized tribe, but we do, we are direct descendants, of our Coast Miwok tribal territory out of Marin and southern Sonoma counties. And it's because of, again, our, unfortunately, our disenfranchisement of our own tribal people and government that we were, led to form this council. I am a traditional cultural bearer of our Coast Miwok and Pomo roundhouse ways. And I've worked in, Native social services for the past almost 30 years now. So I'll continue to do the good work for the people, for all of our people. And so, and always each one of you know that we've never ever had the opportunity to have our voice. And this is an opportunity to have our voice. And so I thank you for that. And again, I appreciate, the opportunity to allow me to express myself. So blessings, relatives, and continue, in your good work. Oh, thank you. Yahweh.
We have a couple of new people. Kendall, you should be able to mute yourself. Kendall, you should be able to mute yourself and make a comment. Okay, I'll move on to the next new commenter. Nazun Menka, you should be able to mute yourself.
Thank you all. I just wanted to quickly offer and introduce myself. Najun Menka Koyukan Athabaskan and Lumbee. I'm a policy fellow at Berkeley Law. I am working on a tribal cultural resources project and also am a member of the Truth and Justice Project that's occurring at Berkeley. And so I just wanted to really quickly say that I support all of this wonderful work, and I really enjoyed today's session. There's ongoing work and research happening at Berkeley right now, and I think some of that work could benefit the council. And so I just wanted to offer to be a connection, right, for some of those research methods within the UC system. And so hopefully I can stay involved and be of service. Thank you.
And Teddy Simon, you should be able to mute yourself now.
To all the members of the commission. My name is Teddy Simon. I'm the Indigenous Justice Project Manager at the ACLU of Northern California. And personally, as the granddaughter of a boarding school survivor from here in California, taken from the Navajo Nation, I appreciate the grace and compassion that all of you have shown and your leadership in holding this space for our brothers and sisters to share their own stories and seek healing. And then on behalf of the ACLU of Northern California and our new Indigenous Justice Project, I just want to, again, thank you for your leadership in this really historic effort and offer our support and contribution in any way that we can. Ahehe.
Okay, we have two more hands raised. Individuals that spoke before, Mara Sullivan.
Haku Mapchumoish. Wanted to just limit and be short earlier, but I feel if there's a little more time, I'd like to bring the attention to a few more issues. I feel that this online platform was a little accessible. I'm getting texts from people asking how they can give public comment. So I think if maybe there's a little more clarification or awareness about folks who are not that great with tech is important for me, especially as we approach elders or other folks in our community who are not as tech savvy. So I just wanted to let people know that, if you are on the C-SPAN, you actually need to go through the Zoom link in order to comment. So hopefully in the future we can remedy that and make sure folks can be heard. And I'm also, I guess, I'm interested in this idea that for me, a lot of family history, goes back generations. So, what will the role of archival material be in this truth and healing? Because a lot of what we heard today was from Canada and Maine, where it's people who are directly harmed by boarding school or other state-based violence and trauma. And as descendants of, survivors, generations, we're actually the story keepers, so I have stories to share, but will that be considered, in this council, or is that maybe outside the purview? So those are just some things that I'm thinking about. So thank you.
And Siobhan.
Newsom, again, thank you for giving me another chance to speak. I just had two more comments about things I had questions or comments about. It seems that this council is mainly looking at, since California became a state around 1850, and especially given the unique history of Southern California nations and the mission periods and Spanish and Mexican governments and the ways that those have impacted Southern California nations, and the way that California has benefited from what had already been done to us prior, if that was going to be, or if there was going to be more consideration, I guess, for the histories that the state of California and the injustices that the state of California was built upon, even though California became a state, later in that period, it still benefited from and was built on what happened to especially Southern California tribes prior. And then I was also going to mention or comment that I hope that we see pressure on University of California systems which have not complied with the NAGPRA audit. And it was found that many did not comply with the audit, and that there was even a whistleblower with the Bureau of Land Management about a dig that was going on in the Southern Sierra Miwok Nation land. And yeah, just hope to see action on part of the UCs and NAGPRA violations that are happening within our state.
And that's the last hand raised, sorry.
And James, are you able to let folks know? Oh, okay. If you have called in and you have a comment, it's #2 to raise your hand if you've dialed in, for those folks that are not on online.
Yeah, I currently don't see anybody dialed in at this point, but
And if people are watching stream, are you able to share the number that they can call if they wanted to call? Choose.
Hold on a second. Let me
We're about a
bring up the
minute from
invite.
time, so I mean, it may be.
I just have to bring up the invite and share my screen, so give me a second.
Well, I think we're at time, and I don't want to keep people longer than we had gotten them committed for. So what I would say is, if you have additional comments for this council, please send them to the info.tribalafairs@gov.ca.gov. You can also, on the website, in the contact page of the CTHC, comments directly. That'll go straight to that email. In the interim, please continue to send those comments. We'll make sure that they get to the council so that they can consider them. And then we will be sending out in the next few weeks before the holiday those questions to consider and to get feedback on for the council for its January 22 meeting. And I might have said that date wrong, so let me just double check so that that's not on the record. Yeah, January 22nd meeting. And then that meeting, a large portion of it will be discussion and comments from the public. So I encourage you, if it's not pressing, you can also bring your comments to that meeting as well for this council. With that, we will adjourn this first meeting, and thank you all for your time and your thoughts and your energy that you've brought to the space. And we look forward to working with you on this major initiative. So take care, stay safe, and have a good holiday season.
Thank you.
Thanks, Christina.
Thank you, Christina. Bye-bye.
Thank you.